Right then, chat. Welcome. Welcome indeed. Sorry for the slight delay to the startup of the stream there. Just had a few technical things that I needed to resolve. So welcome. Welcome indeed. I hope we're all doing well today. All right. Welcome, guys. So very exciting today. I'm super excited for this one, actually. Today we're going to be flying the Antonov AN-225, which was just released in the last couple of days, as you all know. Yeah, really excited for this one. We're going to be flying a real-world route that they flew in this aircraft when it was around. It feels sad to say. But when it was around, they did a flight between Leipzig-Halle over to... to Athens. They flew a big, some kind of boiler. I'm not exactly sure what it is, but they flew a big boiler over from Leipzig to Athens, and it gives me a good excuse to finally get my hands on the Fly Tampa Athens scenery, which is something that I've been meaning to do for a while. So I picked that up. And we've got Fly Tampa Athens to fly into, which is very exciting also. Right. Let's have a look. So, a couple of people saying in the chat regarding the thumbnail. Now, I'm not sure what's going on there with YouTube, because I did set the thumbnail when I posted the live earlier on. It is quite annoying, to be honest, because obviously the scheduled stream's gone out to a number of people with the wrong thumbnail on, and I did set it correctly, and I sort of had to... I don't know why, but basically what happened was I set the thumbnail correctly, and then I went to see it on the channel, and for some reason it was showing the Ryanair, like Aviator04 said. And if I click edit video or open it up in Creator Studio, it actually shows the correct thumbnail that it should be set as. So very strange. So basically what I had to do is I had to change it to a different thumbnail, which is why you might have seen a Norwegian one come up for a second. I had to change it to a different thumbnail and then change it back to the original thumbnail that it should have been showing in the beginning. And now it seems to be okay. So yeah, not sure why that happened. Some kind of YouTube bug by the looks of things, unfortunately. So yeah, it should be set correctly now. Right, okie dokes then, chat. So just while we're getting started here, let's just do a little bit of this, and here is the beauty herself. What we're going to do is, just while we're doing the intro here, I'm actually just going to start the opening of the main cargo door, just because it does take quite some time. Actually, no, it doesn't. Let's just reverse that. Let's put it back to realistic mode, and that's that. Right, great stuff. Okay. Want to have that realistic opening time, don't we, really? We want to have that full immersion. Right, let's let it fully close then. That's my mistake from my testing earlier on today. I have done a bit of testing and tweaking in the aircraft and setting up custom camera views and things like that, but the majority of the stuff that I've done has been with the sound off, so I haven't really heard any of the sounds in this aircraft yet, so I'm super excited for that one as well. Right, okay, and also I should say is that we are going to be doing a, we've got a new update to GSX which actually supports this aircraft now, which is super cool. The issue with it before was that it was crashing because there was basically too many engines for GSX to handle. So it does actually support this aircraft now, and although we won't need to use it really for pushback or boarding or anything like that, we can use it for the GPU just so it can sit there, and you've got a few cones knocking about as well, and that's really about it that we would use GSX for. I think I might use it for boarding because obviously it does integrate with SimBrief, and we do have a few extra people on board here today. So yeah, pretty cool. What I have done as well for this flight is at Leipzig, they never really used to park the 225 at a stand, to my knowledge. They used to park it on one of the DI's bays near the southwesterly cargo ramp. So that's what I've done. I've actually set up a custom GSX stand and basically edited one of the stands and moved the parking positions over to the de-ice area. So we're going to start from a nice little realistic spot where this... I actually looked up some photos of this exact flight that we're replicating today, and this is the exact spot that they loaded on the cargo from, which is also very, very cool. Right, okie dokes then. So, who have we got in the chat today? We've got Leon, welcome indeed. Hope you're doing well. Welcome, welcome. Henry D is in the chat as well. Matt Rasso, of course. Welcome to the chat, dude. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Welcome, Henry. Yeah, great stuff. Hope you had a good day at work. Roy, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well indeed. The commentator, welcome indeed. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Scorch Plays, welcome to the chat. Aviator04, welcome to the chat. And Oliver, welcome to the chat. Hope you guys are doing well. Thank you very much for pointing out that about the thumbnail. I probably wouldn't have realized if you guys didn't point it out. So thank you very much for that. Right. Have I seen the trailer for Hostomel Airport? It's really cool looking. Yes. So this is something that I actually found out about just actually this morning. So I was looking at flights to do that we can do on stream today. And I came across it. So I don't know if you guys will have seen it yet. But if you just Google the ICAO code for Hostomel, which is UKKK, I think. Sorry, no, it's UUUK, I think. There we go. That might be the right way around. Okay, maybe not. It's UKKM. So if you Google that and MSFS, it actually brings you to a Orbex page, which I'd not seen before today, and it looks like it's getting ready for release, and it looks really good. We'll have a look at it on the flypad once we get underway here, because I don't want to bring the flypad up over this process that's happening here. But yeah, essentially, there's a new developer, a one-man team. I was actually speaking to them this morning after I found out about it, called GazSim. I'll put a link to it in the description of the video. Sorry, in the chat here. So that is the link to the Orbex page. And yeah, it looks really, really cool. They've got loads of cool animations going on, lots of detail. And it's basically just a one-man band project that started as a freeware project for the developer and worked its way... Well, he ended up spending way more time on it than he thought he would do, and decided to go for a payware release instead. And yeah, it looks really good. I can't wait for that one to release so we can do some flights out of there in the Antonov as well. Looks really, really cool. On there as well, you can find a link to a YouTube video, which is basically the trailer for the scenery. So I'll post that in the chat as well. That's the trailer. And I'll also post a link to their Discord in the chat as well. Recommend you go over to the Discord and say hello. And let them know I sent you. Post the Discord link as well. Hello? You know, let me... Right, there we go. There's a Discord link as well in the chat. And yeah, it looks really, really good. Like I say, we'll have a bit more of a look at it once we get underway here. But yeah, it looks really, really cool. So yeah, thank you very much for pointing that out, Henry. Chris says, welcome, Chris, by the way. I hope you're doing well. I can't wait to see you do an approach there as an Athenian. Very good. Well, it's the first time I will have flown. Actually, no, it's not the first time. We have flown into Athens before, but not for a very, very long time. I think I've only flown in there once. So yeah, should be quite interesting. On the flight plan, it's noted down as 03 right. I don't know if they have a preferred runway for arrivals at Athens, but I may be tempted to do a 03 left, just so we can get that IKEA in the background for the replay, because the colours will match perfectly with the livery on the Antonov here. Is it 03 left, Chris? You'll have to let me know where the IKEA is just off the side of the runway there. What's the new update for GSX? Well, it's not a big one, but it's strongly related to the Antonov. That's why I put it in the title, and it's essentially just adding support for the Antonov AN-225. Not a very big update, just adding support for this one. Shots, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. You guys saw the Ryanair. Yeah, I really don't know what YouTube was doing there with that. Really don't know. GSX is very expensive. Yeah, I mean, it is quite expensive for what is essentially just a superficial add-on. But then again, yeah, I suppose it depends on how important that stuff is for yourself. I mean, the pushback on it is extremely good. I will say that. So arguably, you know, if you do a lot of airliner flying, that is arguably a very good, a very strong point to pick it up. But nevertheless, it's yeah, it's a luxury, I think, with GSX. It doesn't really add any functionality except for the pushback. So it's yeah, it depends whether you really want that. It does add quite a lot of immersion, I will say. When it works properly, it is very immersive. What are we going to haul, Roy? We're going to be hauling a big boiler. Can't remember what actual kind of boiler it is. Let's just. So I was reading about it earlier on today. It's a giant waste heat boiler. And the final destination is actually Saudi Arabia, but they made a stop off in Athens on the way to refuel, because it is very heavy. Although not taking the aircraft up to its max weight, but it is very heavy. It's actually the heaviest thing that the IndyBuild comes with that you can load up. So quite cool. Am I using VATSIM? No, we're not using VATSIM today, Matt Rasso, no. This is offline. We do have, I mean, I'm not on multiplayer, but if you want to join the flight, by all means, you're more than welcome to. I would just ask, because I'm going to be running some AI traffic as well, and I don't want loads of planes absolutely all over the shop. What I want to do is, if you want to join, feel free to add me on Microsoft Flight Simulator, and I'll invite you to the group, and you can join along that way, and it'll just be the people who I've added to the group to fly along. My username is Bobby Fuzzy, as it is on here on YouTube, on Microsoft Flight Simulator as well. Henry saw it in Hamburg in 2010 and Leipzig in 2014. Very good, Henry. I'm very jealous. I've never seen it myself in the flesh. Stephen, welcome to the chat. Welcome indeed. Oliver, I've already welcomed. Lilo says, what's new in GSX? Another update? Yeah, I mean, it's just a small update, like I just said earlier on, with regards to compatibility for the Antonov. Skytation, welcome to the chat. Props them for modelling the actual time it takes to open the cargo door. Yeah, exactly. I mean, why wouldn't you? Like, come on now. That's got to be done, really. That's got to be done. Let's see if we can get a bit closer and hear the sounds a bit better. Alrighty. Many links indeed. Yes. Well, fortunately, I don't get auto modded by the bot for posting that many links. Yeah, the fast option for the cargo door is probably better for most people's operations, but yeah, it's nice to see it in real time at least once or twice. Yeah. Planning on doing an in real life flight tomorrow when they deliver trains from München to Chengdu. Very good. Very good. That'll be a long one. Crikey. Is there any stops on that? Is it just straight over? Every link is showed 4 times. Yeah, I put it 4 times, Roy, on purpose. Just so it'd be obvious in the chat. 03 left or 21 right is a preferred runway for landings. Oh, it is really, Chris. Oh, that's great. We'll take 03 left then. I'm not sure. SimBrief gave me 03 right, but we know SimBrief is sometimes not that correct, is it? Can you buy the Antonov directly from AnyBuilds, or do you have to purchase it through the marketplace? It's through the marketplace, Chris, because it's still a Microsoft project as well as AnyBuilds. You know, Microsoft were obviously a big part of making it a thing that would happen. Yeah, it might not have ever happened if it wasn't for Microsoft's influence. So yeah, it's a Microsoft play at the end of the day, but obviously AnyBuilds were contracted, I suppose, to do it. Jacob has GSX for pushback as well. Yeah, exactly. It's good, isn't it, for pushback? Let me just turn this wind ambience down. It's pretty freaking loud. I assume that's because this aircraft doesn't have any kind of profile in FS Realistic. That's one thing I did not set up earlier. I know I did do some stuff on it, I think. Right. One moment, chat. Right, yeah, I have done that. Okay, cool. Let's see what else. Just catching up with the chat here. Did we need it on Marketplace for regional pricing issues? Well, you're in luck. It is only available on the Marketplace. A giant woodcut boiler, I said. That is, yeah, something like that. Something like that. GSX is nice, but still under progress in my eyes, because sometimes it's working, sometimes it's not. Yeah, it's a bit strange, to be honest. Some things in it just really baffle me sometimes, to be quite honest with you. But hey ho. Oh, there's actually more updates than what I thought to GSX. So thank you very much for posting that, Roy. So some other updates to GSX. Living World updated to include regions Y and Zulu, which is quite good. Airport service files, that's fine. Good. And fixed custom jetway floor heights, names contain spaces, and allowing non-ASCII characters in custom pushback slot names. Very good. Very good. And of course, the GSX support there. Very good. The engine sounds I saw when I saw it take off were absolutely amazing. I bet they were, dude. I bet they were. Oh, and some new operators as well. Very good. Very nice. Wonder if the phone numbers on the side are real. They probably are, Skytation. They probably are. What's my favourite airport in Microsoft Flight Simulator? Oh, that is a very good question. So we're having a bit of a discussion like last night's stream actually about which developers are the best in Microsoft Flight Simulator. One developer we completely missed out of the discussion was Flightbeam as well. They're incredibly good developers. My favourite airport in Microsoft Flight Simulator, as in my favourite add-on airport in terms of quality, or just my favourite airport in general to fly to? Because there are some airports that I really enjoy going into that don't have scenery or any good scenery at all. What's Living World in GSX? So Living World is like the airport ambient vehicles that tend to drive around. So like the pushback tugs and the other various equipment you see driving around just randomly in the airports and other stuff. Plane isn't all the way to the ground. Yeah, I noticed that. It's something to do with this parking area, to be honest with you. You can see the nose wheels just slightly off the ground there, but we've got to just ignore that. I think it's yeah, like I say, it's something to do with this scenery, this the Asobo Leipzig-Halle airport scenery. It's got something strange going on with it with regards to the elevation in this area of the airport. The aircraft just, for some reason, I tried to make it work, but it just wouldn't ever sit flat on the ground. But it's not a big deal. It still functions fine. It's just slightly floating at the front, which is a bit weird. Oi Ovation, welcome to the chat. Welcome indeed. Welcome. Welcome. Kensai, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. No problem at all. Alrighty. Cool, guys. So, I don't know if I said Oi Aviation. Hello. I'm doing very well, thank you. How are you doing? Right, guys. So, let's get started with the flight today. I could sit here waffling on for ages. My favourite airport, though, I'll answer two of those because you've not responded yet. So, my favourite airport scenery is a very difficult one to answer. There's a lot of really good ones. God, it's so difficult to answer, to be quite honest. There's so many really, really good ones. I would say probably Auckland by Flightbeam. Or Christchurch, NZA Simulations. Or if I had to choose three. Oh, there's too many. It's so difficult to choose the best one because there's so many on a similar sort of level. Pyreek, Belfast, Builds, LAX, Heathrow. Yeah, there's many. Those are the few. If I had to choose a good airport to approach, I would probably say Skardu is absolutely great fun in Pakistan. Skardu, I really, really enjoy that one. We've flown into there quite a few times on the stream. And also coming into Calvi as well. Henry says, I'd agree with you on that. The circle to land on that is great fun. Can you see the flight deck with the nose lowered? With the nose high. Sorry, you mean with the cargo door open? You mean? You can see the flight deck up there, yeah. But if you go inside, the camera views. I mean, the camera basically stays in the same. Oops. Camera view basically stays in the same place. So you kind of have to sink down a little bit to actually see anything while the nose is lowered. So I've actually set up a custom view just for... Oh, wait a minute. They're not working. Oh, I'm using the wrong keybind. That's why. Right. Okay. Let's start getting set up then. So we're going to load up a boiler today. Hang on a second. Phone is going like crazy here. Do I think it's better getting GSX or FS Realistic? I've been asked this one before. I would probably say GSX, to be honest with you. FS Realistic I could probably live without. And to be honest, sometimes when I do a flight and I forget to turn it on, I don't even really notice. So I would probably say GSX over that. Right, okay, so we're going with a boiler. Do we need to unload before we actually load? Let's try it. Right, there we go. Cool. So it loads in by default with some cargo in it, so we'll get that chucked off. Unfortunately, there's no loading sequence like there is on the because Builds obviously did the Beluga as well in X-Plane, which obviously fairly similar style cargo plane, and they had the full loading process going for that. So let's load this guy. Boom. There she is. There she is. Very big boiler on board. 140 tons. What is that noise? Anyways, that's that loaded. So we'll get the cargo door closed up now because I want to be able to use the flight deck properly so we can get set up for the flight today. So let's jump back in and we'll get the door closed again. Did set up another camera down here, sort of like a CCTV style jobby. Anyways, that's going to close up now. Takes quite a few minutes to close, and whilst it gets closed up, what we'll do is we'll go ahead and request refueling. Oh, refueling works with this aircraft as well for GSX, which is quite nice actually. It actually connects the pipes sort of just about to the wing, which is quite nice, and we'll need to get our fuel loaded on. We're going to have a lot of fuel on board today. 64.1 tons in fact, so it's probably going to take the fuel maybe at least a couple of trips to fully fill the aircraft to the fuel requirements that we need for today. Oh yes, it could be the fan blades clicking about, couldn't it? Right, we've already got 156 hang on a minute, why have we got so much fuel on already? Let's just go to the Microsoft Flight Sim weight and balance page here. Yeah, we don't want to have that. Wait, what? Why is it reducing my payload as well? What? Anyways. Current weight 366830. What? Why did it reduce my payload at the same time as doing the fuel? That is super triggering. I'm gonna have to open the door again. Actually, no, we can probably just do it now. Cargo loaded. Right, okay, that's better. That's resolved. Cool. Carry on with the closing of the door then. So, yeah, that was rather strange, wasn't it? Maybe I should have set my fuel level first through the menu, or should have lowered it. I'm not sure why it loads in with such a large amount of fuel. It's quite strange, but hey-ho. Split has a nice visual approach to runway 23. It does indeed. Yeah, very good. Yeah, Split's a really nice one. I'm Groot. Welcome. I hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. I like the fact the whole crew and plane are self-sufficient, like spare parts, pushback tug, tyres, etc. Yeah, it's great, isn't it? Yeah, and I mean, you've got to love the amount of detail that they've put in here. Like, all the detail inside here is just fantastic with the spare wheels and the special pushback equipment. Oops. Special pushback equipment because obviously 2 nose wheels. So, yeah, it's going to need that as well. Yeah, I mean, just the whole visual quality of this whole aircraft is just absolutely stunning. Like, if you look at the textures and the detail of the textures, just absolutely fantastic. They've done such a good job. Just looks beautiful. Yeah. See all the rivets and the texture detail in the engines is very nice too. Just everything about it is just super, super nice, modelled and textured. It's just absolutely brilliant. They've obviously used the decal method as well by the looks of things, because obviously some of this writing is super, super crisp. Really, really nicely done. Arguably better textures and modelling than the A310. Ryan, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. FS Traffic has a new update. Yes, I believe it does. Yeah, I didn't know that was coming out today, but indeed, indeed. New aircraft in the Fuzz Force. Indeed, indeed. Oh, here's the fueler. Doing some rather funky maneuvers right there. Alright, so we'll use block fuel from SimBrief, which I'll just cross-check is correct. It is. So this animation sort of does work. Again, there's something weird going on with this stand, because he's going to start going all the way up into the wing. His head's going to go into the wing. But a normal stand, where the normal stand, you know, is fully flat on the ground, it does actually work fine, and his head doesn't go through the wing, as you can see. But yeah, I mean, it's quite cool. Don't think I've seen the fuel truck go that high up before. Glad he's wearing a helmet. He will be. My FS Realistic is starting itself when the sim starts. Do you mean it's not starting itself when the sim starts? You need to... it's really weird. You need to start Microsoft Flight Simulator as an administrator to get FS Realistic to start at the same time, which is a bit weird, but I personally don't do that. I run it via MSFS Addons linker. I let MSFS Addons linker load FS Realistic when I launch the sim through that. Get a few brews out of that. I love it, Shuts, yeah. Imagine if that was full of coffee. I'm Groot says, hello, I'm thinking GSX costs almost as much as a basic version of Microsoft Flight Simulator. I mean, the whole sim, and people complain there are too many bugs in Microsoft Flight Simulator. Yeah, well, I mean, exactly. If you look at it like that, yeah, but I suppose, you know, once you've got a few add-ons for the sim, you know, that kind of... I used to think that when I first started buying add-ons for Flight Sim, but unfortunately, it all soon goes out the window. But yeah, I do see exactly what you're saying. It's yeah, it is pricey compared to the sim itself, and a lot of DLCs are, to be fair. Like, for example, Christchurch Airport, £25 that cost on release, so it still does cost that much. That's almost as much as the sim as well, just for an airport. So yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those. I mean, the thing is with you know, the sim itself, you know, these large development companies that make the sims, they have much more volume that they're selling than an add-on developer. So the economies of scale obviously work a bit different for add-ons than they do for the actual sim itself. So I suppose that's something to bear in mind. Commentator won a copy of FS Realistic. Probably wouldn't purchase that myself. Small, nice to have, but good scenery and aircraft is much more worthwhile. Yeah, I agree. I mean, like I say, I could live without it. To be honest, it's probably one of the more underwhelming standalone application add-ons that I've got for the sim. I mean, I'm satisfied with it, but it's, you know, I could definitely live without it. WatchTech, welcome to the chat. What's busy airport today? We're at Leipzig-Halle, going over to Athens. When I saw it in real life, there were 2 fuel trucks refueling the aircraft. Crikey, that's really cool. I mean, unfortunately, we can't really simulate that in sim at the moment, at least. But crikey, that's really cool. Oliver, I'm sorry, I'm a bit mixed up on what you're saying there. You don't have to what? The new sim update will bring turbulence option. We might see weather radar in the airlines. Yeah, I think they're adding some options to turn the turbulence down. Yeah, and they're tweaking the turbulence as well a bit, which is quite nice to see because it is a bit crazy over mountains sometimes. But I doubt a weather radar will come in the next update. Are there any events today? WatchTech, we're not on VATSIM today, no. So it doesn't matter if there is. Unfortunately, because we're not flying on VATSIM. Not taking this on its maiden voyage on VATSIM. That would be highly irresponsible. Especially an event. Scenery Gateway, yeah, that's going to be really cool. That's going to be really cool. I don't know if it's coming in the... Is it coming in the next update? You don't have to run Microsoft Flight Simulator as an administrator to fire up FS Realistic. No, I mean, if you want it to start up automatically... You do. At least that's what I've read anyway. Like I say, I don't actually do it that way, but I believe that is the way to do it. Right, the Neil has gone now, so we should be able to jump into the flight deck and start getting things rocking. So let's do that whilst the door closes, shall we? It is quite cool watching it come down though, isn't it? Can't really hear it from in here, unfortunately. Looks like it's moving a lot faster from the inside. Looks like it moves a lot slower outside. I like how it's got these little notches in it as well. There's these little notches that move out so that it can open further. It's quite an interesting piece of design. Very interesting indeed. Right. Okie dokie. So then. Right, let's start getting set up then, chat. So I've sort of been studying the checklist a bit, so I think I know what I'm doing. Now we'll run through the checklist once I feel like I've completed a stage. But I'm not obviously an expert on this. I have done a short flight in it, but I am not by all means an expert on this aircraft. We've also got it in Cyrillic just because I thought let's get that authenticity pumped up. I'm pretty sure I can remember what all the buttons do. I've turned the tooltips off as well because I really hate them, and I feel like I've memorized the buttons. So I think we should do okay. It's just the warning panels that I'll probably struggle with, but I think we should be okay. I think we should be okay. We might have to do that later, but we'll see how we get on. Anyways, right, let's jump over to the electrical engineer station, or whatever it's called, the electrical panel. I've got to absolutely love the modeling in here, though. It's absolutely incredible. Absolutely stunning. We'll have a bit of a better look around once we get situated here. But for now, let's just go ahead and get the thing fired up and ready to rock and roll. So we'll get all the batteries to auto. Again, first time hearing the sounds for me, so I'm very intrigued to see what they sound like. We'll get the external power turned on. And we'll also get the rectifiers on. And the transformer rectifiers as well. They can all come on as well. And that's about it for the electrical panel initially. And let's jump over now to the navigator station, which is very, very cool indeed. Even the lamp works. I'll leave that on. We'll come up top here and we'll just turn all of the avionics on. Many switches. So it's basically turning each individual panel on one by one. As you can see, as I flick through them there, you can kind of see stuff powering on and off. That's turning the DME on here and this nav radio. Which switch was that? It was that one. And then these two probably somewhere outside of my field of view. But yeah, everything just turns on one by one. It's super, super strange, but, you know, it works. It works. Right, that's all good for that. We'll jump into the pilot seat now. Looking up above, we'll go ahead and turn the avionics on over here as well. And over here as well. This one is the DME switch for the... This one here is a DME, and this one's a DME as well for the captains and the FO side. It's for this little DME here. And for some reason in the checklist, they leave that off until after the engine start, which is a bit... I don't really understand. There must be a reason for that, but hey-ho. Right, we'll also set the transponder to 2000. That's fine. Nose is fully closed down now. Refueling is still happening. We can actually see what's going on with the refueling on this station here. We've got all the fuel gauges here. You can see them slowly ticking up. Lovely jubbly. Right. So that's it for the overhead for now, I believe. Oh, we'll get the nav lights on as well. Little nav lights. Beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Cool. Right. So, we'll go ahead and just click OK on this GPS. I've already preloaded the flight plan in here. So I shouldn't have to do too much faffing with this, but we'll check that in a moment. Just going to scan through everything else and make sure everything else is looking good. Right, we'll set the current altimeter. Now, these altimeters here are in millimeters of mercury, and you have to do a bit of a conversion on the tablet, but I think for an off, you know, because that's a bit tedious, isn't it, really, to do that. You can set it, obviously, here as well, but this only sets these two instruments and the one behind you here, this guy. And then these two are actually unlinked. So this one here and this one here, they're unlinked. So yeah, you've got to do a bit of a conversion. So I think just for simplicity's sake, I'm just going to use the keyboard shortcut and get it to set there. So it's 1026. That's fine. I usually do that in the sim anyway, just because, you know, sometimes the real world METARs, etc., don't exactly match the sim, so it's not a bad idea to do that. We'll just click this button here. That's going to stop the warnings from flashing. There we go. Love to see it. Right, okie dokes. And with the GPS we'll come back to. Everything else is looking okay, I think. I may miss some stuff, but everything is looking good. It is going to get dark on this flight, so I'm just going to turn a few of these extra lights up a little bit. Let's see, not that one. That's the one I want. That one's already on full. This light switch here, I couldn't work out what that does. It doesn't seem to do anything. But hey ho. I've got a brightness for the TCAS, which I think looks way too bright compared to all the other instruments, but so we'll turn that down a bit. And then we'll come over to the captain side as well, and we'll do the same thing, really. And then the TCAS one is... I actually don't know where the TCAS is on this side. Brightness for it, but I think I can probably live without it. We're not going to be looking at that one as much. Oh, it's there. I'm blind. Very blind. Right. Okay, cool. Lovely stuff. Right, so that's that all done. Again, we'll do the MCP autopilot panel. Not sure exactly what you would call this, but we'll do this a little bit later on. Cool. Right, so we've got electrical power. Let's go ahead and check through the tablet here. Make sure we've got everything else all set. So the QNH actually is showing here 10. Oh, it's actually showing 1026. So the sim does actually match quite well there, which is quite good. But carrying on, we've got the converter here as well, where we can convert stuff if we need to. For example, the pressure conversion, which we're not going to do. And right, yeah, everything looks good there. Obviously, fuel is another fuel truck is on the way, so another fuel is going to come and put some more fuel in before we're ready to rock and roll here. Right, okay, so what else do we want to do then? So we've got the APUs. We've got 2 APUs on board. We're not going to start them just yet. I found that these anti-ice switches all appear to be in the manual position rather than off when the aircraft boots up. Now, I'm not sure if there's a reason for that, but I'm just going to turn them all off just because that makes sense to me. Fuel pumps are already set up as they should be when you load the aircraft, which is another nice little thing that they've done in the in this aircraft to make it a bit easier for a single pilot to handle. And what we can also do is we want to turn off the hydraulics for the start of the engines, which we'll be doing fairly shortly. I'll leave the guards down actually, because we'll be turning them back on. And then down here, that's the engine start controls, which we're not going to touch for the time being. So that's pretty much the pre-flight done, except for obviously the APU starting. As far as I can remember, pretty sure that's the whole pre-flight done. So it's not really that complicated, really. It's just the usual stuff, the usual suspects, really. The only switches that aren't in other aircraft that we're used to, really, is the rectifiers and the transformer rectifier switches. That's about it, really. But everything else is fairly oh, actually, I tell a lie. There's obviously the all the avionics switches, but you can kind of lump them all into one, can't you, really? We've also got these little switches here, which is for the fans above. There's one on each side. Apparently, they actually used these for defogging the windows. They weren't... I mean, they probably used them for cooling down as well. But I hear they actually used these to defog the windows, rather amusingly. Although they do have a heated windscreen, so yeah. Anyway, very strange. Arctic Turn, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Do I think it'd be possible to do a VATS in flight with this aircraft? Yeah, I think it would do, yeah. I mean, it's using this GNS 530 for the GPS, which is really good, to be honest with you. Pretty sure you can't do holds in it, though, so that would be something you would need to be prepared to fly manually if needs be. Okie dokie. So I think that's, yeah, like I say, the pre-flight more or less done. So let's now that that's all done, we'll brief the OFP and we'll have a look at the charts. In fact, we'll just brief the OFP as we normally do, and we'll take it from there. Okay, so today flight number is going to be ADB, Antonov Design Bureau 2308. That's the real flight number they used for this this mission. We're going from Leipzig-Halle to, I'm just going to say Athens. We're in an Antonov 225 and the registration Uniform Romeo 82060. Call sign's going to be Antonov 2308. Expected off-block time is 1730, but not sure we'll make that at this rate. And then expected on-box 2045 Zulu. Covering 1,000 miles just over the ground, and we're going to have a slight headwind component for the trip. Takeoff weight is expected to be 488.4 tons. Absolutely mad figures. Alternate is going to be Istanbul, and the cruising flight level is going to be 350. Trip time is about 2 hours 47 minutes, and if we need to divert, it's another 56 minutes on top of that. And block fuel for today, as we've already discussed, 64.1 tons of block fuel. So absolutely mega figures in this aircraft. We're going to depart runway 08 left here at Leipzig, just purely because I want to try and get that shot of the aircraft going across the bridge here at Leipzig. That's the only reason. We could depart 08 right, but that's what we're going to do. We're expecting the Golat to Quebec departure and arriving into Athens. We're going to use 03 left, so that might be a different arrival, but via Ropox anyway for the arrival into Athens. We've got 10 people on board today and 140.4 tons of cargo. That's the weight of the boiler that we're carrying today. And then coming further down, looking at the weather situation. Let's have a look. So we've got a few SIGMETs in place, referencing severe turbulence. Surface to 5,000, that's not going to affect us. Let's see, embedded thunderstorms, observed south. Top flight level 310, so again, we should be able to avoid that. Shouldn't be a huge issue. And as is the same with the SIGMET over Belgrade, top is flight level 300. So again, looks like we're going to be going over the top of some bad weather on this flight today. However, looking at the weather at Leipzig-Halle, weather is absolutely fine. Slight northeasterly winds, and into Athens, again, weather looks pretty fine. We do have some more wind than here in Germany. Again, from the north-northeast, 12 knots, so a little bit windier, but nothing too crazy. And the weather at Istanbul is not too great for a alternate, but looks like it's going to improve over the coming hours, but not by too much. It's not really great weather there at Istanbul. I'm not sure that's a great alternate choice. I'll have to have a word with my dispatcher about that one. Right. So that's that, and then having a look at the chart, we're initially going to depart out to the east and then coming to the south, to the west, southwest rather, and then straight down to the southeast over Germany, over the Czech Republic, and all these Eastern European countries that I forget the names of, so I do apologise. And then down into Greece. Lovely. Significant weather, we do have some noted on the charts here, as expected. This is slightly different to the SIGMETs we looked at, but more or less paints a similar picture. So we've already discussed that. Right, lovely, and you can see we do have some wind, basically in varying directions, but as you can see, majority of that wind is going to give us a headwind for today. Right, that's the OFP. What we're going to do is next we'll just have a quick look through the Garmin and just make sure everything is set up properly. And then we shall do a quick briefing of the charts, and I think we're good to go for an engine start. Right, so let's have a look then. So I can see already that it looks like it's imported properly, and it did look like it did on the world map as well. But we'll just quickly check through it here. So initially departing runway 0, it left on the GOLAT to Quebec departure. So that's going to take us out to Delta Papa 536 and then a queso, which is fine. That's all correct. And then out to GOLAT. Great, great, great. That all looks good. Hope I don't fuck this up. I've not used one of these guys in absolutely ages. And then for en route, now, I think this is probably going to list out every single fix rather than showing the airways, so I'm just going to have to bring that up here. So we've got Alasso, Tabat, Ronig, Nikis, Akosi, Rudno, Lalin, Lamsi, Petov. Then Madux, Kogat, Talis, Elpis, Sierra Kilo Papa, and then Sigfo. Then on to the arrival Ropox 1 Papa, which we're going to have a look at later on. Great, so that all looks good. Lovely stuff. We'll set this to this nav mode. This one looks a bit better to me. I wish there was a way you could turn off all the what word am I thinking of? All the airspace boundaries and things like that. For some reason, I can't find a way to do that in here. Maybe it's in here. Let's just see if we can do that real quick. Oops. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm glad you can change that. Yeah, it doesn't look like it's on there. Com configuration, it won't be on there either. That's to do with the GPS, to do with satellites, sorry. Fuel planning, trip planning. Could be under trip planning, maybe? No. Okay. I guess there isn't a way to turn it off, but that's fine. We'll live with it. No issues. Okay. Cool, cool, cool. I believe there's 8 seats on the flight deck. There is indeed. There's actually, sorry, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4. 3 on each side, basically. Absolutely huge flight deck. It's brilliant. And then you can also pop out. Pop out here as well. This is quite a nice view, isn't it? Got a door that goes down there, and then back here, got a couple more seats, and I believe they use these as beds as well. And I believe this is also a bunk bed which drops down, but it doesn't look like they've modelled that. And then the same behind it as well. This also drops down as well. And then you can't go any further back than this curtain, unfortunately, but I believe there's another place to sleep back there as well in the real aircraft, and then the avionics bay and stuff like that back there. Righto, cool. So I think we're good to go regards the flight plan. Let's just set up the MCP then. So initial climb clearance on this departure would be flight level 70. So we'll go ahead and just work out what that's going to be in in meters, which this aircraft uses. So we'll have to put 7,000 in there. That's going to be 2,133.6 meters. So I'm going to set that initially in here. What I'll do is I'll set it to 36 initially using the ones. You can change it to hundreds in the tablet as well. It's much quicker to use the lock mode, but I just can't bring myself to put up with those blue highlights. So then we go like this, and I've already forgotten the conversion. 2,133. It wasn't 36. Where did I get that from? 2,133 then. So there we go. Lovely stuff. So that's set, and we'll set our speed in the speed window as well for our final climb speed of 250 knots, which is going to be 463 kilometers per hour, which we'll set in here. This one's a bit of a slow one. We'll get there. $463. Lovely job. So that's going to be our final climb speed, at least till flight level 100. And that's it really for the initial setup of the MCP. We'll put it in course 1 mode. That's what this one is here. You can put these in English as well, by the way, but again, we're going for some authenticity here, I think. Why not? So we'll put it in course mode initially. And what I'll do is I'll actually set the heading bug to the runway heading, and we'll initially start off in heading mode. So we'll set this to 083. Which you use this knob for down here, and you can see the heading moving up here. So that's about 8. A bit difficult to tell what I'm exactly at here. One, two, three. Two. Yeah, I think that's about right. I think I need to do it 1 more notch. It's a bit difficult to tell, but it doesn't have to be super exact, I suppose. Right, that's that done. I did want to run with some AI traffic on as well, just because I think it's quite amazing to see the actual size comparison between this aircraft and other aircraft that taxi around. So we'll go ahead and get FSLTL injector cranked on. Just change the settings real quick. So max active IFR, we'll put 50, 0 at VFR. Additional parked aircraft. Right, there we go. Lovely. We'll use FSLTL because, oops. Just because I kind of wanted to see what they have more cargo with FSLTL as well, which is the main reason. Right, okay, so I think we are nearly there. GPS is done. We've set up the MCP, set up our heading, and yeah, that's about it really. These are quite interesting, these knobs here. So this one I couldn't really work out exactly what it's showing. I mean, it seems like it's showing the VOR frequency. So 108.00 is the VOR1 frequency, VOR2 frequency 108.8. And you can see if I come up to the nav radios here, that's the same frequency. So if I, for example, change that to 117 and I change that to 119, You can actually see 117 and 109. So that's the VOR frequencies on there. These are the two ADF radios. And then these two bottom ones, I just couldn't work out. It just seems to show the VOR frequency again. So I'm not quite sure what the purpose of those is. The KM and the S, but hey ho, I don't think we'll... I think they're just for reference, really, for the pilots. And then on here, we've got various different ways to show the speed. So we've got total airspeed, ground speeds. APS is... I don't think I worked out what that one actually was, but 463. Yeah, not 100% sure on that one. Indicated airspeeds. Kilometers per hour, I assume that is. And then I'm not sure what this last one is. But nevertheless, we'll put it on indicated airspeed. And that should be useful for us. Although that's still going to show in kilometers per hour, so it's arguable how useful that is. And then we've got on this left side here, I believe RAT is radio altimeter. And you can see this is a radio altimeter here. So that does actually look about right. So that's showing about 5 feet. That looks 5 feet there. APK1, I believe, is the selected autopilot altitude. So 2133 meters. You can see there. And then indicated altitude, 139 feet, which seems to match up there as well. So that is that. So we'll put it on indicated altitude. I think that should be fine. Right, lovely stuff. And then these buttons, I did have a mess around with these buttons, but I'm not sure exactly how useful these would actually be in a normal flight. So one of them makes you do a loop to the left, so it continues flying around in a circle to the left. One of them does to the right. One of them puts it on max bank angle. One puts it on max pitch angle. These two are unused, and I can't quite remember what these two do off the top of my head, but nevertheless, I don't think that useful for general flying. Anyways, cool. And then obviously we've got a standby, which is quite useful to us because it does actually show you the speed on there in knots and the altitude in feet. So I might actually have to use that as a reference. What does this little button do though? Oh, beautiful. Wait, hang on. Set brightness offset. Is there supposed to be another button here? That's slightly confusing me. It looks too bright though. That's why I'm trying to turn it down a bit, but I'm fairly certain there isn't any other controls that can turn that one down. Unless it's on here. No. Yeah, I'm not sure how to turn that one down, to be honest. Nevertheless, I think we're good to go. Let's do a, before start, checklist then. Let's see if the refueling's done. It is. It is. Fantastic. Right, we'll just check our payload initially, just before we go and run the checklists. So payload, current weight 462039. So actually a little bit lighter than expected. Actually, no, we wanted to add a few passengers as well, didn't we? We'll add 10 in the forward. The cargo weights, packs weights, fuel weights, payload weights. Wait a minute. Yeah. Fly loads. 459704. That's still not matching up with SimBrief exactly. Fuel weight 64.1. That's exactly correct. So we're a tiny bit lighter than expected. That's fine. We'll just deal with that. We're off by a fair margin though. Should be 488 tons. We're on 459 tons. Not sure what the big difference is there. I mean, payload cargo weight 140 tons. That's correct. In SimBrief, 10 passengers we've added, 84 kilos each, and then 0.8. Yeah. Maybe the empty weights are slightly off on the SimBrief profile, slightly. I'm not going to bore you guys trying to work that out though. So, right, let's run some checklists then, and we can get rocking. Okie dokie, so electrical power up. I'm not going to read these all out, chats. I'm just going to read them in my head and make sure that we've done them all because I don't want to miss anything, but I'm fairly certain I haven't. So, parking brake sets, auto, external power. AP we've not done because we're not actually using that just yet. In fact, tell you what we'll do is we'll do that now. We'll do that now. Right, so APUs. There's 2 of them. They're up here. We'll set the fire loop on initially for the left-hand APU. We'll turn the master 2 on, and we'll hit the APU starter. This light should come on, and then we should start to see the RPM come up on this gauge here. Sorry. Yes, there we go. Lovely. There she fly it. There she get. I can't speak. There she blows. APUs are on the bottom of this aircraft, rather funnily enough. That is a pretty nice view right there, isn't it? Holy mother. Okie dokie. That's about there. Right, lovely. What we'll also do as well is we'll get the cabin door closed. We'll close the internal door as well, which is this guy here. It takes quite a while to close. Then we've got down here got this little guy closing as well, which also does take a little bit of a while. Okie dokie. Leave the lights on. That's fine. Double check the parking brake set, which it is. So release the. Well, now we'll do that after we've done the APU start. Sorry, I don't have a flow that properly works in this aircraft yet. Okay, folks. So that's one APU started up. We'll go for a second APU starts. And you can see whilst the APU is actually starting, if you come to the electrical panel over here, it does tend to overload the batteries a bit once the APU is starting. So what I've noticed, I mean, I don't know if it was just that one time that I did it, but I noticed the battery overheat lights come on over here when the APU was starting before. So it looks like it's winding up now, but the lights haven't come on, which is good. Maybe it was something that I did. You can see APU1 is available there. APU1 generator is available. That's that one. So it could actually... they're actually turned on by default. So that's them 2 switches there already on. There we go. That's about there. Lovely stuff. Now, you can actually put these switches... I'm not sure if this... Because this is labeled as an APU start master in the tooltips. But you can actually turn those off and put the guard back in place. And the APUs don't turn off. So I'm not sure if they're like a... sorry, they're labeled as an APU master switch, whereas I think it should be labeled as an APU start master switch, maybe. Because you can actually turn those off and the APUs don't power down. So I assume they're nothing related to the actual continuous running of the APU. They're more related to the ignition part of that. But I'll leave them open and on anyway for now. We'll turn the APU bleeds on. And APU generator's already on as we said. Right, lovely. So let's just do the electrical checklist now then. So, right, checking through these. These are all good. Fuel heater switch off. That is off by default. I believe that is one of these, I think. I can't quite remember which one that is actually, but nevertheless is off by default. So that's one I've not burned into my mind. So that's all good. APU generators are on. External power we can actually turn off now. That's good. And you can see these two lights go out. You see we're not using the external power anymore. Those will turn back on once we start the engines and turn on the generators. And what we'll also do as well is we'll dismiss the GPU. Rectifier toggles are on, transform rectifiers are on, nav and instrument master switches are on, all the bus switches are on as well. As you can see here in the checklist, it doesn't say to turn on the DME one yet. Nav lights are on, so that's all complete. Fuel and hydraulics, fuel switches, fuel valve switches are in rich. That's these guys down here, they're all in rich. By default, and there is actually some down here as well, which are all in rich, these ones. And then the hydraulic pumps off, we already turned those off. And then engine fuel pumps, I'm not going to go through all these, there's absolutely tons of them, but as you can see they're already set up correctly, so that's good. Payload is checked. Computer setup, that's all set. And then auto engine start. So this is what we're going to go ahead and do now. I can hear something moving around us. Oh, it's the GPU getting carted off. There she goes. See ya. Straight over the grass. Right. Okie dokie then, chat. Let's go for an engine start, shall we? See if I can remember which one is the beacon light. I think it's this one. No, it's not. That's the fuselage lights. I think it's got to be this one then. I remember it was on the left side. Yeah, it is. Beautiful. Right, that's the beacon light on. Fantastic. Great. Okay, so let's go for an engine start then. Now, I'm not sure if this is true to the real aircraft or not, but it basically has an automatic start switch. So all of these should be enriched. They already are. These are all on, which is what we want. And basically what you can do, let me just make sure I've not missed anything. APU bleeds are on. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, so all you need to do is just press this guy here. This is all engine auto start. And then we can go for the engine start. So hold that down. And there we go. Now we can have a look at monitoring the RPMs of the engines. You can see engine, I think this is engine 1. There's 2 on each gauge. But it just says 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. This one's spinning. APU's louder than the engines currently. So it should start the outer 2 engines first, then the inner 2 engines, and then the middle 2 engines. one's spinning now, as you can see. Look at that glowing inside the engines there. Crikey. Whoa. Off they go. Oh no, chat, I forgot one thing. I'm not sure if this is actually affecting the engine start, but I forgot to turn the FADEC on. Turn that on now. That possibly might be affecting the engine start, so... I knew I forgot one thing. Crikey. One thing, though. I'm quite proud of myself for that, I have to say. Doesn't seem to have really affected the engines at all. They just seem to be spooling up nicely. Got the EGT coming up as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. See if it sounds any different from back here. Not overly. Sun's going down. I was hoping the sun would at least be up for the departure. I might have to wind the time back a bit. Look at all that, the smoke coming out the back as well. Crikey. One engine's still off. Yep, they're still starting up, dude. It should start spinning up any second now. Hopefully we don't... Hopefully it works. There you can see it's spinning up. There we go. It's on its way, don't you worry. Is the same checklist available in Sim, also available online? I'm not sure about that one, actually, Henry. To be honest. Yeah, I prefer having them as well, separate, but I'm not sure. I think maybe IndyBuilds, I assume IndyBuilds might do that, or at least someone on FlightSim.to I imagine will probably do that, but haven't seen one currently, and I haven't seen one currently on the IndyBuilds forum, unfortunately. Have you seen the Antonov 2.2? Very interesting, similar looking aircraft, similar rudder config, has the 4 turboprop engines. Yes, I have, yeah, very cool. All of the Antonov aircraft are super cool. Stian, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Been looking forward to the stream. Great. Well, me too, dude. It was in Denmark. You could hear the engine start from the other side of the airport. Crikey. Yeah, I have heard people comment that they feel like the engine sounds are a bit quiet. And I think I tend to agree with them, to be honest. They do seem a little bit on the quiet side. Considering other people's reports about how loud this thing supposedly is. Lauritz, welcome to the chat. What a beast! It's really, really nice, actually. I do enjoy it. I've not really done a ton of flying with it yet, but nevertheless, it's very, very nicely modelled and textured. It's fantastic aircraft to sit in, and it really does feel like you're actually in that aircraft. You know what I mean? It doesn't just feel like a Control and E type Captain Sim job. Sorry, Captain Sim. Right, okie dokies then, chat. So we'll get the engine generators on now. We'll get the APU gens off, as we'll no longer be needing those. Right, lovely job. That's that. Go ahead and shut the APUs down as well. We get the APU bleed off. And we can go ahead and just press the APU stop buttons, I believe. Like so. And then now spooling down. Go ahead and guard the master switches and get the fire loops turned off as well. Might need a bit more lighting back here. Lovely. Right. Now, one thing that I couldn't seem to find any indication of is some kind of engine bleed system. It must be set up. It must be something that's not configurable in this version of the aircraft. But like air conditioning, I imagine it's possibly this panel, maybe. I don't know. But nevertheless, these switches are clickable. I can't actually remember what they are. You might have to turn some of them on during a flight and see what's occurring. But as you can see, there's no warnings here currently, so that's looking good. Right, we'll get the hydraulics back on. See these lights come on here. Lovely stuff. Fantastic. We'll close this guy. And I think we're just about done there with the engine start. I was trying to find as well if there's some kind of light for underneath here, but I don't think there actually is. All the warnings are out here as well. We've got this one warning, which I believe stands for some kind of throttle control warning, but I think that's just warning you that the auto throttle's not on, I believe. It seems to go away when you turn the auto throttle on, and it comes back when you turn it off, so I think that's what that one is. Right. Auto engine start, beacon was on, ticked, engine starter opened, rich, mixture ratio on, hydraulic transfer switches. Oh, I don't know if we actually did those ones, but fairly certain they're these guys potentially. One of this set anyway, they're all on, so. Oh, I'm dumb. These are the hydraulic transfer switches here. So we turned those off. FADEC should have been on, but it still seemed to work without it. So we're going to call that a win. Start button, we did. Hydraulics on, engine starter cover closed, engine generators on. Good. Alright, after engine starts, APU has been stopped. That's all good. Flaps will set to 2 degrees. So that's going to be here. We'll set to 2 degrees. Just going to wind the timer back a bit, chat, because I do want it to be daylight for the departure here. Hardly any flap at all, that. We'll go back to 1650. There we go, lovely. Right. I've lost where I was at now. Hang on. Manual engine start. Right, flaps 2 degrees. Ground spoilers are armed already. That's just these in the 0 position. You can't actually move it back past that with an axis set, so I'll take that. Reversed thrust lock handles. That's this guy. We'll bring that up. There we go. That's for your reverse thrust in case of a rejected takeoff. Flight controls. We'll give a check to now. So full left, full right, and neutral. Full up on that massive elevator, full down, and back to neutral. And the rudders, full left, full right. And back to neutral. You can see all the smoke there as well. Baby! Right, we're cooking. Aileron and rudder trim is checked. Nose wheel steering switches. Oh, now these ones I have forgotten about. I do believe the nose wheel steering actually works without turning these switches on. I've noticed. I think it is somewhere around here. Sorry about this, chat. I thought I'd memorized all the switches properly, but it turns out I haven't. It is definitely somewhere around here. I have seen them. Put these on high idle for the engines. That's going to give the engines a slightly higher idle speed, which is something they did. Which whilst we're here, but I honestly can't remember where the nose wheel steering switches are. I would have thought they'd be around here. I'm positive that I saw them earlier on, but oh, there they are. Right, that's the one. How did I miss those? Crikey. Blind or what? Right, okie dokes. So, carrying on, nose wheel switches. Taxi and logo lights we could turn on as well in just a moment. Right, let's get on our ways. So I believe that's the logo light there, and the taxi lights are going to be the up position here. Or is it down position? It's a down position. There are the taxi lights. This one's quite good for taxi as well, I find. Or is it that one? Can't tell in the daylight. Right, that should do it. I'm pretty sure that's a strobe light, so we'll leave that off for now. Right, okay, off we go then, chats. Let's go. So, biker brake released. Got this little puny jet. Gonna let him pass first. Make sure there's no one else coming. It's remarkably easy to taxi around, actually. See if I can get another camera angle here. Here we go. So the rear wheels actually provide steering as well, so they'll turn in the opposite direction to the nose wheel, which is super, super cool. Oh, we never did a briefing, did we, chat? I just realised I'm not sure where I'm taxiing here, but I'm going straight across. That's where I'm going. This guy going to line up, or is he just going to wait there? Okay, he's going to wait there. We'll just hold short here for this guy to take off. We'll set the parking brake, and we'll do a quick briefing as well before we get off. Is there another aircraft coming down that way? There is. What is that? That's 767. Right. Okie dokes. So for the taxi, very, very straightforward. You can see where we are here. We're just going to take a right onto Sierra 1, then up Hotel. Hotel 1, Whiskey 1, all the way up to Alpha 1 from runway 08 left. Again, we could do 08 right, but there's this cool bridge up here that I want to get a shot. I want to try and get a shot of as the aircraft goes over the bridge. And then for the departure, we're departing Leipzig-Halle. This is the 10-3 Bravo. Transition altitude is 5,000 feet. But we do have flight level 70 set. Antonov required, that's fine. Airport elevation 470 feet. Doing the GOLAT to Quebec. Antonov departure for 0 left and right. Initial climb clearance flight level 70. So we're going to go straight out. Initially we're going to fly on heading mode, and then we'll try and intercept this track before the right turn on nav mode. And then we'll take a right turn at DP5, 36, then all the way out to Akeso, and a right turn out to Golat, and then en route. So that's the departure. No failures in this aircraft, so I don't think we need to worry too much about there being anything that goes wrong on the takeoff roll. But if we're unsure about anything, we can always just abort the takeoff, but I don't think we'll need to. Right, is this guy departing here, or is he going up there? Let's see. Aviation Fly Tiger, welcome to the chat. That is SimToolkitPro that I just showed there with Navigraph. Right, I tell you what we'll do is whilst we wait for this this guy to line up, I'm gonna go and set the camera up here, ready for the shot. You guys will see what I mean. Oh no, the scenery's not too great, is it really? Nevertheless, we'll try it. You guys will see what I mean. It looks strange the way I set it up, but you'll see what I mean. Right, we can probably go behind this guy. So parking brake released. Now if we look at the rear wheels in this turn here, you can see they actually start to turn. Oh, a bit heavy on the brakes. You can just see them turning very slightly there. It's quite subtle to see. I'm turning too far and too fast, I think. Nevertheless. Right then, chats. Off we go. Off we go. Definitely need a VMR for this. Yeah, unfortunately, that's the thing. With it being a Microsoft aircraft, the aircraft.config file is encrypted, so we can't actually get a VMR for it, unfortunately. We can't use the aircraft config name, so a FSLTL or JustFlight or someone would have to make a model for it in order for us to have it on that sim. Look at this absolute beast. It's so big. Right, we're motoring on here. Let's just see what our ground speed's looking like. Wait, 68 knots? That can't be right. Crikey. Need to keep that speed down a bit then. Dear oh dear. I think it's slightly downsloped here as well, which is not helping my case. Obviously the engines are on high idle. Right, let's bring up the next checklist. Let's just make sure. So one thing I'm not entirely sure of is the engine run up. So we'll tick these three because we can start those. Engine warm up. Throttle levers to 70%, and then after warm up complete. See, this is what I mean. DME bus and the window heat comes on after the engine warm up, rather strangely. Fuselage and wing lights will also turn on. I think we've already got the fuselage lights on. And we're going to set the flaps to 35 degrees before we take off. It's interesting that they set it to flaps 5 initially and then 35 degrees. I'm not sure exactly the reason for that, but hey ho. I'm actually going to just put them to low idle again, just while we cross this bridge here, because this is getting pretty crazy on the speed here. Oh my days, so bumpy coming over here. There we go, this is the shot that I was looking for. Lovely. There we are. Very nice. Worth it, right, chat? Worth it. Right, okie dokies. Lufthansa CRJ over there. Very nice. Right, let me just refresh my memory here on the engine run up. So 70% after lined up. Now I believe they used to keep it at 70% for quite some time before they actually took off. I don't know exactly how long they did that for. But we'll just give it maybe a minute. I think they used to do it for something like 7 minutes or something in the real aircraft. I might be wrong about that, but just check there's no one incoming. I don't think there is. That Lufthansa's just taken off. There they go. Love to see it. Get lined up then. We get the strobe lights on now. Clear this guy off. Right. Set the parking brake there. Put this to indicated airspeeds. Right. You're on low idle. That's fine. Let's bring the throttles up to about 70% for the warm-up. I'm not sure if you can start these timers. You can't. Right, we just let them warm up like that, I guess. I'm assuming on the back panel here, you would obviously check various different parameters, make sure everything is hunky-dory, but we don't know what those parameters are, so we're just going to roll with it. Cool. Oh, increase throttles 1 to 6 to 70% N1 for 2 minutes for the engine's warm-up. Right, okay. We'll do that. That's 1 minute. These numbers are curiously close to the edge here. Have you checked before AN-225 is allowed to taxi over bridges? I'm pretty sure there's a photo of it doing that exact thing at this airport, so I'm going to go with a yes, but I suppose it would depend on the load, wouldn't it? Kensai, thank you very much for the £4.41, the €5 super chats. Can you show the various cargoes that can be carried and perhaps comment on them? I'm curious if their physics are simulated, i.e. weight distribution. Yes, we'll have a look at that momentarily. We'll get up in the air first, and then I will we'll have a look at that one. Sorry there was no alert, just because when I've got my sort of hand cam on there, it doesn't play the alert, but let's just play that real quick. For the first ever super chat by Kensai. Thank you very much, Kensai. Appreciate your support, and yes, we'll get to that momentarily. Right, so that's the 2 minute warm up. Let's come back to idle. Right, we'll get all the lights on now. Well, we'll get the landing lights on. We've got all the other lights on already. We'll get the DME bus on this side, and the window heat as well. Lovely stuff. Don't know why I keep pressing GSX. So that's that. They're all checked. Oh, it's not advancing. They're all checked. Flaps to 35 degrees. Just going to read through this because this is all going to happen very quickly. We'll probably have to do some of this actually once we're established in the climb, to be honest with you, because it's going to be too much to do whilst I'm flying this thing. For the first time. Right, cool. Right, so flaps to 35 degrees, and it is. That's full flap. Interesting. Is that really what they would do? Full flaps? Like how they all come out at slightly different angles as well. Right, there we go. 35 degrees of flap. Crikey, that's a lot of flap. That's a lot of flap. Right. Okie dokie, so toga power is basically just full power. And off we go. So just to review what I'm going to do here, we're going to go full power for the takeoff. We're going to continue straight ahead, basically on heading mode. So let's just align our heading properly there with the current heading. There we go. So no flight directors on this aircraft, so we're basically just going to follow straight ahead initially. We'll put this to nav. So that's going to show us our current nav course based on the GPS. We'll do that on this side as well. Should have probably already done that really, but nevertheless, we're going to continue straight ahead. And we've got our basically ND here. And we've got 12 miles until we get to the first fix here. So I'm probably going to get the autopilot in relatively quickly for this departure. Maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Just to facilitate bringing the flaps in. But nevertheless, we'll see how it goes. Right, so we're going to straight full power at 1,500 feet. The acceleration altitude, we're going to reduce thrust to about 100%. And then we are going to lower the nose slightly and start to retract the flaps. This is the max flap speed here, so we're more or less just going to let the speed come up to the flap speed, and start retracting them on as the speed increases up to the max flap speed. We'll try not to obviously bust that speed. 250 knots we've already got bugged here, so we're going to aim for that after we've cleaned up and accelerated. And that's about it really. This is always going to show the current nav course based on the GPS here. We have got basically heading select at the moment. And we just need to press this middle button here, which is basically the lateral navigation. It's going to just be in pitch hold otherwise. So I think initially we'll engage the autopilot with the lateral mode, and we'll turn our heading ourselves to get onto the nav course. Actually, no, I think maybe it will probably be more wise of me to go straight into nav mode, potentially. Actually, no, we'll see how it goes. We'll go to heading mode initially, just purely because it may not capture the nav course straight away, just because of the way this GPS works. I'm not entirely sure if it's that robust. Right, lovely. Great stuff. You can see all the flight controls moving there. Didn't quite look at that before. 2 rudders. Right, okie dokie then, chat. Let's do this thing. Fuzz Toga's in the chat. Get the transponder to TAR8. Right, Fuzz Toga's holding it on the toe brakes. Engines are already warmed up, to be fair. We don't really need to do a spool up, do we? Here we go. Rotate speed is this little blue marker. I'm not entirely sure what the V1 is. There we go, rotating. And we're off. Positive rate. Oh, I forgot the catches. Why is the gear up not working? That's a problem. Hello? Okay, that's a big deal. I can't get the gear to retract. Chat. I'm just going to have to pause it there, chat. Let's see what the fuck's going on. Right. Off we go. Gear up. There we go. Right, lovely stuff. The trim is very powerful. Just doing a slight left bank to come a little bit closer onto our nav course. About 1,700 feet, we want to start bringing up the, bringing back the thrust. Feels very stable, though. We'll get the gear off. Oh! Get the gear off and lock it. Okie dokie, so let's start bringing the thrust back a little bit now. And we'll lower the nose. Trim is so powerful, crikey. Right, it's flaps up one notch. Oh my god, a lot of pulling back on the stick there to try and counteract the dipping. Flaps up another notch. Start that first right turn now. Flaps up another notch. And I'm going to pitch for 250 knots now. Broken the speed limit a little bit there, but I think we can live with that. The trim is so incredibly powerful. You can feel the aircraft move up every time you apply the tiniest amount of trim. And flaps are all the way up now. Okie dokie, chat. Let's go then to... Let's go to nav mode. We'll get the autopilot in initially, and we'll go lateral. And it's already put it in vertical mode for me, which is basically like flight level change. So that's worked quite well, actually. I didn't know why... Don't know exactly why it's done that, but it's done it. But there we go. Lovely stuff. Oh, the camera. Off we go, chat. I think that went quite well. actually. Yeah, these external sounds, I feel like they do need a bit of work. Sounding a bit odd. No volume to them at all. Right, it's captured the nav course fine there, which is quite nice to see. We're flying at 250 knots, just under at least. Actually, we can see that just here. There we go. We've not actually captured the altitude that we were looking for there. For whatever reason. So I'm not sure on that one, but that's probably because we already... No, we don't think we flew through it, did we? Anyways, let's go straight up to our cruising altitude, flight level 350. Let's just convert that here. 10668 on the on meters, 1668. So we'll do initially 68 there. Wait. 10668. I'm an idiot. I'm not sure if this is going to capture the altitude as we go through that. No, it has. Interesting. Okay. Oh, no, it hasn't. There's blue lights on saying that it's trying to capture, but let's go back to this. We're actually already at flight level 188. Crikey. So we can get these off. And we can actually go ahead and speed up a bit. So let's go to... have I got this the wrong way around, actually? I may have done. So we can actually just roll this forward like this, can't we, in this mode? Yeah, nose is coming down a bit. Speed's coming up. Love to see it. Very, very nice. Right. Now, I'm not sure what the final climb speed in this aircraft would be, to be quite honest with you, but we'll go for, say, 280 knots. Just 518 kilometers per hour. I can't actually remember for the life of me if this is the speed mode or this is the speed mode. I'm going to have to just quickly turn the tooltips on. I've totally forgotten. Accessibility. Let's just turn them on very quickly. That's the one. Yeah, I thought it was that one. This is the pitch hold. There we go. Yeah. Right, great. So we were climbing in pitch hold before, which coincidentally actually worked out quite well for us and gave us exactly 250 knots. So, hey-ho. Right, chat. I'll catch up with your messages just once we're established in the climate at the correct speed here. And we're almost there. We're almost there. Nose is coming up a little bit. So just looking to get up to the speed bug if we can. Flight level 236. Speed not really increasing at all, is it? There we go. Lovely. Right. I feel like the engine sounds definitely should be a bit louder from the outside though, chat, to be quite honest. Our indicated airspeed here. Come on. Can we do it? Oh, come on. This turn's going to give us a bit of speed, surely. There we go. Right, nose is coming back up now to try and hold that speed. Love to see it. Right, very good. I'm going to turn those annoying tooltips off now, because I'm sure you guys hate them as much as I do. Oh, and the reverser bar can come down now, of course. Struggling a little bit to hold that speed. I think I actually pressed it a bit early, didn't I? I pressed it 516 rather than 519. Never mind. We're nearly at cruise anyway. Well, I suppose we're not, are we? Let's see if we can fix that. Here we go. Come on. 518. Come on, do it for me. 520 now. Okay, we'll go with that then. You can set the decision height on the radio altimeter. Yeah, I believe that's the only way to do it in this aircraft, isn't it, Henry? Right then, off we go then, chats. Beautiful. What a plane. What a beast. Absolutely love it. I did set up a nose wheel cam, but for some reason on this camera, the nose wheel doors don't open, so I couldn't really share it with you today. Right, okay then, let's catch up with some of the messages. Apologies, I've been a bit heads down for a while there, chat, but we did get going. I think that departure went quite well, actually. The only thing I thought that kind of happened a little bit quick is when I actually went to do the acceleration altitude. I was, the trim, sorry, not the trim, but when I brought in the first stage of flap, the nose just like sucked itself down to the ground, and yeah, I had to counteract it with one click of trim is so strong in this aircraft. And I was pulling so hard on the sticks trying to keep the nose up. And It required so much pulling to actually get it to counteract that that force. But yeah, we got there in the end. We overspread the flaps for a tiny split second, unfortunately, because of because of basically that pitch down moment from the first stage of flap coming in. But you know, next time I'll be much more wary of the amount of the pitch down moment that it'll make. Other than that, I think it went quite well. I managed to follow the nav track fairly well, although I was quite preoccupied with many different factors, as it always is the case in a new aircraft. But yeah, very nice. Very nice indeed. So, Kensai wanted to see the various cargoes, so apologies for the delay in getting to that, of course, initially, but various cargoes are here. So you've got the boiler, which is what we've currently got on board. I think we can nip down here and see that that is loaded. Just take a quick float down Yondersville. Have a look. I mean, even the cargo's modelled quite well. It's obviously missing some polygons for frames, but that's fine. The cabin, it's not the cabin, the cargo hold here is just exquisitely modelled though. It's so well done. It looks really cool. Right, so let's see how big this thing actually looks if you get down to eye level. Pretty hefty. But anyways, so we've got a boiler. That is the heaviest. It unfortunately doesn't say the weights for it unless you go to the payload page here. As you can see right here. Generic cargo. You've got a truck. 2 fire trucks, a maglev train, looks very cool, 3 helicopters if one wasn't enough for you, and then a boiler. Back to the boiler. So that's it. You can't see the weights unless you've actually loaded it on, but they have actually noted the weights there on the InnoBuilds forums. You can go into their forums and check those out if you want to see the weights. What else? Perhaps comment on them. Yeah, well, I don't really have too much to say about them, to be honest with you. I mean, obviously, the cargoes, a lot of the cargoes are based on what kind of cargo that the real aircraft used to carry. Like, for example, this boiler, we're doing, you know, a flight today where it did actually carry one of these boilers. So, yeah, I mean, that's really... Don't really have too much more to say about it than that. All I would say is regarding their physics, i.e. weight distribution. Yeah, I believe that is simulated. Yeah. But they're all generally loaded more or less in the same place. So if we go to the payload page here, they're all loaded sort of in the middle here. They're all sort of centered on the middle. So yeah, but it does, I mean, it does affect the aircraft weight and the CG, obviously, but again, they're all sort of loading in on the CG, basically, so there's not too much else to say about that. You can obviously configure it individually. You can change the cargo holds and what it actually holds. If you don't use one of these big sort of oversized pieces of cargo. You can configure it however you like. So yeah, hopefully that answers your question. If you've got any more questions, by all means, feel free to let me know. I can probably turn those guys off now. Although I'm curious, I feel like they might have been in the on position before. I'm not sure. I don't know. Right, off we go then, chat. Off to Greece. Off to Greece. No windows on this aircraft in the back. I'm looking forward to seeing what it looks like when the night time comes. The lighting in here is just so outstanding. You've got these little porthole windows, but that's about it. You can't really get too close in. Doesn't look like they've modelled the glass there either, to be honest. And the other one's actually behind here, so you can't really see it at all. Is it behind there? Yeah, it is. Which is unfortunate. Lovely. Right. Shall I have a coffee then? Whilst we just trundle on. Okie dokie. So I'm going to catch up with the other chat messages now. So I'm going to go back in the chat. It's not that the chat's delayed. It's just I'm, you know, just catching up. I will say as well, this thing does have a auto thrust. We're actually going quite quick now. Mach 0.77. So we should probably slow down a little bit actually. Yeah, let's go back to pitch hold and we'll just pitch up a little bit. Just because, as you can see, the aircraft's shaking a little bit because we're getting close to that overspeed margin. And we are going to level off in a moment. Speed to Mach 0.77. I believe the cruise speed for this aircraft is Mach 0.74, so we'll bring the thrust back to so we can fly that speed. I'm going to bring the speed back a little bit here. I'm not sure exactly where Mach 0.74 is in kilometers, so we might just have to finagle it until we get to the right speeds. Unless there's a converter in here, I'm pretty sure there isn't. Or maybe a little bit aggressive with that there. I didn't realise it would do that immediately, but hey ho, it does. We're nearly up to cruising flight level here. That blue light's come on, which means we're about to level off. So Mach 0.72. We'll let it level off. And we'll just let it accelerate to Mach 0.74 for the cruise. We'll just leave the thrust levers as they are currently. Then we'll give the auto thrust a go, shall we? It's busted past our altitude a little bit there. That's probably my fault for bringing the speed back so aggressively. Let's just level off chat and then I'll catch up with your messages. Alright, so Mach 0.74 is 464. Right, we'll get the auto thrust in then. Oh, that's the wrong button. That's the autopilot, of course. God damn it, chat. Auto thrust, this one. So I believe, according to Indie Builds, wow, that's quite a loud sound for the engines just throttling back. I believe the real aircraft did actually have a auto thrust, auto throttle, but they never actually finished it. They never actually implemented it in the aircraft. So this button was actually there, but they just never actually implemented the working system into the aircraft. And I've just realized we never went to standard, did we? So we'll set standard now. So actually a bit low as it happens. Right, lovely. I think the aircraft's still wanting to level off at the correct altitude, so we'll just let it do its thing and see how it copes. I think it is. I'm not sure if the autopilot is custom or whether they're using the default autopilot. It does feel a little bit kind of like it does a lot of sudden stuff, but again, I don't know if the real aircraft is like that. To be honest, it could well be. Right, we're Mach 0.73. We'll see what it does once we fully level out. Oh, it's not at the correct speed yet, is it? We're 4 meters lower than we should be, but we are still in a slight climb. Speed's coming up. Lovely. Lovely. Right, fantastic. There we go. Cruising altitudes, or just about 3 meters under. Mach 0.74. And we're off to the races. Don't touch those switches, you activate emergency ejecting pilot from cockpit. I'm glad it wasn't. MPS. Imagine flying this plane with your controls. What do you mean? Oh, you mean what's it called now? Yeah, your controls. It's like multi-pilot cockpit in the sim. Yeah, that would be super cool though, wouldn't it? Because you've got so many different seats here. That'd be great. That'd be great. Stian says, I'm impressed you remember as much as you do. There's so many switches. I am impressed as well. But fortunately, I think for me, I am a little bit of a visual learner. So whilst I might not necessarily remember the names of some switches off the top of my head, I'll sort of remember where they are and what they do quite well, rather than... yeah, so yeah, fortunately I tend to pick stuff up like that quite quickly. It's just actually sometimes remembering, you know, the names and whatnot is takes a bit more time. But yeah, thank you very much, Stian. I'm impressed with myself. Spoiler alert, takeoff sounds awesome in the flight deck. Yes, it did sound really good. It did sound really good. I do still think the engines should be a little bit louder from the outside, I think. They are quite quiet compared to some other aircraft in the sim. I feel like they should at least be the same volume. And we do have a TCAS here as well. I think you can actually adjust the range here. 40 miles. And we'll put it on below. And there we go. We can see a few aircraft, quite a few aircraft around us. Very good. Apparently the middle setting... Does the middle setting do nothing? Oh, it does. It's just I had the range so low. That's fine. Lovely. Yeah, I'd have loved to seen it in person as well, Stian. Unfortunately, I never got chance to. Sure, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. It says, cool, Antonov would fly this one if my Microsoft Flight Sim still is made like a game and not a sim. I mean, I would respectfully say that there's really no difference. But that debate is one for another time. It's, you know, I see what you're saying, but there is some fantastic aircraft in this sim. You really cannot deny that. It's like an A380, or is it bigger? It's a little bit bigger than an A380. Well, I say a little bit. It's probably quite a lot bigger than an A380, actually. It's not in your content manager. Where do you find it? You have to buy it from the marketplace, Laura. It's around 20 euros, I think, something like that. I heard the assembled engine 1 and 6 together with the wings of an AN-125 during the build. Interesting, very good. I did not know that. I did not know that. It's, I mean, it's obviously based on the design of the smaller aircraft, isn't it? But yeah, super cool. Super cool. I feel like we're flying like way higher up than what we normally are, but we're really not. It's just because of the, I think, the fact that everything in this flight deck seems so big, and you just feel like you're in like a train or a bus or something. It's fun to do it at St. Martin. I mean, now is your chance. Now is your chance. V1 is around 260 kilometers plus 30, plus or minus 30. Got you, Henry. Thank you very much. Is this yellow bug then? Is that V2 then? I'm not quite sure what that one is marking, or is it VFTO or something? What's your first impressions of this rendition? I think it is just fantastic, to be honest with you. I mean, for the price as well, you really cannot fault it. It's absolutely, it's fantastic. I'm really enjoying it, to be honest. I think there's just something quite special about flying such a unique and, you know, famous and large aircraft. There's just something incredibly special about being able to, you know, fly this aircraft in the sim. And I think IndyBuilds have done absolutely great service to the aircraft itself. The modeling, the texturing is absolutely sublime. The sounds are really good as well. You know, the flight deck as well is really well rendered. Like, I absolutely love the rendering of the flight deck. Everything about it just feels right, you know. It feels like you're in the aircraft, which is what you love to see. And although everything doesn't work, I think IndyBuilds have said this before in some of the streams that they've been in. You know, I don't think you would want everything to work as a simmer, unless there was some system in place to maybe complete certain areas of the checklists automatically. You know, I don't know if you would really want everything working in here, because there is so much, and obviously it's all in Cyrillic as well. I know you can turn it into English, but that only really affects, you know, the autopilot panel here and the enunciators. So yeah, I think it'd be quite a task to fly this thing single pilot and have everything work. So I think the way they've done it actually is very, very good, and I think it feels believable to fly. Hang on a sec. Oh, we actually lost our nav course at some point. I'm not sure when that happened, but Right, okay. Maybe that was my fault at some point. Let's just go to heading mode here for a second. I wonder if that happened when I turned the autopilot off. Probably did, and I couldn't really see whether the button was on or not because of the freaking sun over it. Maybe the buttons could be a bit brighter as well, the lights on them. So let's just get us heading back towards our nav course. And then we'll switch it over to here. And we'll arm that. Oh my days, that was some aggressive turning there. See, this is what makes me think that it's possibly using some of the autopilot functions from the default autopilot. Because that was very aggressive, that turn they did there. But again, maybe my fault for trying to do such a quick intercept. But we should be getting back onto it now. But yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. It just feels great. Feels great. And they've done a great job with the internal lighting as well. Everything about it just feels authentic, you know? No cows today. No, the cows are still in hibernation for the winter. Cow cam is in the works. That's all I'll say. Matrasso posted an AN-124 in Discord. I will check that out momentarily. A lot of power at this aircraft. 229.5 kilonewtons of thrust each engine. Crikey. Yeah, very powerful engines, aren't they? Very, very powerful. Fly Tim Sim, good evening. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Do I use FS Traffic? Yes, I do use FS Traffic. JJ Stevens, welcome to the chat though. But at the moment we're actually using the FSLTL injector for this flight with FS Traffic models and FSLTL models. Don't have the ATC on though for obvious reasons. Cheeky Dan, welcome to the chat. How come we're on the ground for a long time prior to taxi? Well, I mean, this is all I'm going to say, really. That's all I'm going to say. Had to get it loaded up, didn't we? Have I watched Chewie's AN-225 launch stream he did with the lead developer of the project? Gives some really good tips and explains the autopilot as well, everything else. Yeah, I did watch that. Yeah, I did watch that. That's yeah, I was watching that last night. Well, when it was live, and I watched back some of it today actually to try and refresh my memory on some of the bits and bats. Is this live? Well, the stream is live. Yes, it is. Yep. Speaking to me now. I believe it's about 8 meters long and a wingspan of about 7 meters longer than the A380. Don't know the exact numbers. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Couldn't find it in the marketplace, but was checking right after it came out. It was a small update for Microsoft Flight Simulator. Stian, it was. I mean, it was just there for me. There was no updates for Microsoft Flight Simulator. It was just simply there. It's a long old leg, this one. 155 nautical miles. I believe you can actually show next rad on here. I think, yeah, it's already on actually. Now, while we're here, where is the brightness for this guy? Because it is absolutely booming at the moment, this brightness. There we go. Eh. I hate these things. Enter. I want to switch to the other field, please. It won't let me. Am I doing something wrong, chat? When it's highlighted like that, I'm sure all you need to do is twist this knob and it should give you the other options. Maybe you can't adjust the brightness on it? I find that hard to believe. Oh. Manual. I don't know what I did there, but it seems to have worked. God damn it, this is a long haul. But yeah, there was no update for Microsoft Flight Simulator for this aircraft specifically. So yeah, it was just there when I booted up the sim in the marketplace. JJ Stevens, this is not pre-recorded, no. Would it be nice to have some crew sitting in the seats? Yeah, it would be quite cool actually, I think. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, so JJ, some of the questions that I'm answering, they might have been asked higher up in the chat before you entered. Because, you know, sometimes I have to, you know, focus for a while. And then there's a bunch of chat messages that happen. And then I go back through them then to make sure that I've, you know, spoke to everyone really. So that's all it is. Oh, Stian's already answered that one for you. I have some AN-225 photos on a hard drive somewhere. That's really cool, Henry. You should, I mean, if you want to, by all means, I'd love to see them. If you want to post them in the Discord, that'd be super, super cool. I'm sure everybody else in the community would love to see them as well. FS traffic was updated today. Yes, it was indeed. Yeah, I believe it wasn't a too major update, was it? I think they're just fixing a lot of things with regards to the traffic at arriving airports. Is that right? B3 Burner, welcome to the chat. Good evening. I'm doing very well, thank you. Yeah, how are you doing? Oh no, I've gone off it, chat. No. Oh, it's still on manual, thank God. Why is this such a long... This is very much... this is not a fun thing to do. It's taking absolutely forever. I'm not even sure this is actually worth it, to be honest. It's going to take so long. Might as well just put it back to freaking automatic. God damn it, chat. God damn it. Right, anyway. Sorry for making you sit through that. I thought it was going to be a little bit less tedious than that. Hello? Now the outer knob's not working. What? Okay, I needed to be back on that first. Oh, you know what, chat? I'm dumb. There's 3 knobs, isn't there? Oh, no. It's just 2. Anyway, there we go. Beautiful. Coming over the Alps. Right, I'm feeling a little bit toasty actually sat here, chat. This aircraft's got me sweating. Let's cool ourselves down. Is there a PDF manual for this aircraft? There is. Not in the folders though. It's on the InnyBuilds forum. I'll get a link for you. Right, the manual is on there, along with a few other bits and bats. Yes, I heard that as well, MPS. Yeah, I mean, the Garmin's are a bit of a pain to use, aren't they? But, I mean, it is what it is. This is the closest thing they could model in. It'd be great to have the INS, but hey-ho. Maybe someone will mod it, I don't know. It does sound nice. The sounds are really good. I just feel like it should be maybe a touch louder. That is quite a sight, isn't it? On Time Aviation, thank you very much for the sub to the channel. Welcome indeed. Did you know the NATO name for the AN-225 is Cossack? I did not know that. No, I did not. Interesting. Very good to know. Cossack. Very, very good. Yeah, I mean, an FMC definitely would be a little bit more better, wouldn't it, than this? Or even the GNS 750 or something like that would be better, but hey ho, it is what it is. It is what it is. Just a few tweaks. About to try out with a small update on GSX yesterday. Very good. Enjoy, dude. Enjoy. Hopefully it fixes some of the issues people have been having with the arriving traffic. That's a nice view, isn't it, right there? Baby. And baby. Right, so let's see what we've got for lighting. So this is the one that I'm certain doesn't work. So if we zoom out like this. This knob right here, I'm sure it doesn't do anything. Doesn't seem to do anything. This one next to it is like super bright. That one, and I believe that's this guy, maybe? No, this guy is off. It's actually a light? It's got a switch on it, but you can't click it. So I wonder if that's related to that other one. To this one. I'm not sure where the source is for that. I feel like it's that, to be honest. But it might not be. And then this one. That's the instruments. And this one is the this one right here. Although that one could be that as well, to be honest. I don't know where the source is for that. I feel like it's coming from behind, maybe? Let's see. I can't see where that one's coming from either. I feel like there should be some kind of light under here, but hey ho. I'm going to turn these guys off, actually. Don't really need it. It's quite bright in here with these rear lights. So we've got this guy turned. No, not that guy. This one. That one you can see is coming from there. That one's pretty bright. We'll turn that one down, I think. This is for the instruments, I assume. It is, yep. These don't work. I think that's it for light on that side. I feel like this guy here, whoever sits in this corner, has an absolutely awful situation. I feel like it's so dark in this corner. There is a light here, but I've not been able to find the rotary for it. Unless it's one of these up here, and I've just totally missed it. Because there's 3 here. That's for these ones. That's the instruments. And this one, I'm not sure where those lights are coming from. You can see there's some light. Is that reflecting there, or what is that one doing? Let's see. Yeah, again, I'm not sure what the source is for that one. It seems like some of the lights just do something, but they don't appear to have a source. Yeah, I gotta say, feel sorry for this guy right over here. Doesn't seem to have any lights that he can use. Like, where is the switch for this one? Oops. Circuit breakers. See, there's no other light switches here. Poor engineer back here, seriously. Feel sorry. This is one of these. Oh, is that actually doing something there? I think this is the one that doesn't work as well. Yeah. Yeah, this one doesn't appear to do anything either. So there's 2 switches basically on here. That is called cockpit left and cockpit right, and they don't appear to do anything. And that one we know what it does. That's the super bright one. It's called a backup light. And that's it, really. Yeah, so it looks like we're missing some light controls, maybe. Don't need that one on, really. I love this lamp, though. It's a shame it doesn't move, but it's actually got a dimmable light on it, which is just fantastic. Maybe we have this one on, just to give a little bit more light in the front here. Right, lovely stuff. We're cracking on. Right, let's see. Can we get a progress page? What we could do though is we could set this guy. It would probably be good to set it to our destination airport. In case we... Oops. In case we should need that. Oh, crikey, that looks complicated. I feel like this Garmin does give you more information than what I'm finding here, but I don't seem to be able to bring up what I want to be able to see here. Flight plan. Cumulative. $725 miles to go. Not sure why it's asking me this. Yeah, cool. Plenty of time to go then. Lovely. Right, that is so bright. Crikey. Off we go into the night, chat. Hey, Dave. Welcome to the chat from Fuerteventura. Welcome indeed, my friends. Hope you're having a nice time. Oh, it looks good by night, doesn't it? Do we have a moon? We do have a moon. Lovely. A moon. Right then, chat. I'm just going to take a quick break for a few minutes here. And I'll be back with you. Let's see, what camera view shall we leave it on? I love seeing those engines glowing. Let's leave it at this one, shall we? Right, guys, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. And I'll be back with you momentarily. Alright, chat. I'm back. So, votes, chat, on what you want to do. Do we want to make it daytime, or shall we continue on in the darkness? Well, we've got moonlight, but... what do you guys think? Fun fact, the AN-225 is equipped with triple redundant hydraulics and a fly-by-wire control system. Is it fly-by-wire? I feel like I had to trim it out. Although, I suppose it might not have auto trim, I suppose. But, yeah. Daytime. Okay. That's one vote for daytime. I'm thinking probably daytime, to be honest. They have to use so many switches, there was none left for that crew lamp. That's quite possible, MPS. A lot of snoring coming from that corner. Yeah, I suppose they don't have to do that much, to be fair, do they even? I mean, if you look at this guy's seat here, I mean, the navigator here has got quite a lot of stuff. That being said, not nearly as much as the seats behind him. And then, well, it's more or less a blank wall here, isn't it? Be intrigued to know what these ones do, all these buttons, to be fair. I have no idea what they are, but be intrigued to know what they do. I mean, all of this obviously is navigational based stuff. I wonder if it's maybe some kind of CPDLC system or something with the keypad, or I don't know. Something to do with... oh, it'll be to do with the INS, won't it, actually? I guess, probably. It'll be for putting in coordinates and stuff into the INS, maybe, won't it? I'm not sure, to be honest. They even have a fitness room at the back. Oh, crikey. Well, this thing used to fly very, very long, so that's actually really, really cool. They actually put that in there. Right, what I wanted to do, just to mess around a little bit here, chat. Let's have a look. So we're currently we've just passed Petov. I mean, we can tune. Oh look, we've actually picked up a VOR there, ARD. I was going to say we'll tune a VOR just to see it pick one up, but let's see. Zagreb 113.7. Zagreb. So there's a switch here that goes between left and right, but it doesn't seem to actually change anything. I'm not exactly sure if that's functional or what. Or if it's just... if it just doesn't show the identifier for this radio stack here. Oh, why are we shaking? Everything looks good, speed-wise. Feel like we're all good. And then let's maybe tune a different one. Let's say Bana 1174. So if we tune 1174, see if I switch between them, it doesn't change. So I assume that's only for this radio stack, but I'm not sure what the left and right is referring to. You can see we've picked up the DME for both of those now. See that down there and across here. I assume we should be able to change the DME source as well. This is just a brightness knob, I think. It is. So how would the Pilot 2 see the DME 1 then? Is it up here? No, I'm fairly certain it's none of those. Oh, is that actually maybe what this one does? So if we switch that to the right... No, that's not done it. Although we've got these switches here. Probably easier to come over here and do it where we can see everything in one go. So we've got the two VORs here, course needles there. VOR 1, VOR 2. Put that on nav. Oh, wait. This is nav. Why are we not flying on the... We are. Okay. It's probably because the course needle's not set correctly, that's why. 135. Actually, no, that shouldn't make a difference, should it? What am I on about? Course is set there, 135. So that's nav. I'm not sure why this one's showing off by so far. And this one, I forget what that one actually is, to be honest. Oh, that's the approach mode. So I can set a course, VOR2. If we want, I mean, we're not using this for navigation. I'm literally just messing around. Wait a sec. No, it doesn't seem to do anything there. Oh well, that's fine. That's fine. Right, shall we check the weather then at Greece, and we'll start putting some stuff together for the arrival. Right, so let's see. Sorry about the crunch, guys. I've got some crisps. Right, winds are 020 at 5. So winds have calmed down a bit. They're still primarily from the northeast, though. So we can go ahead. Excuse me, choking myself. So we wanted a 03 left approach, didn't we? So we can land next to the IKEA and get that beautiful color coordination. So we'll do the ILS Zulu. Oh, I see, right. So the ILS DMA is 110.5. Now, I don't think we really need to tune it on both. I'm not sure if the approach mode will even work on both sides, to be quite honest with you. I think it just takes it off nav 1. So that would be that. And then the course is going to be 032 degrees. And then what else can we tune? We could tune the KEA VOR, which would probably be useful for the approach. Not that we're gonna, not that we're gonna test ourselves even more by doing any. Not that we're gonna test ourselves even more by doing any VOR navigation for now, at least. But we'll leave it at that. And the initial out. We'll set this up for a go around if we need it. I'll put it on 167. Let's get a bit of light on, actually. It's quite difficult to see these switches. Still very difficult to see them. Right, that's fine anyway. No worries. Cool. Now, I can't remember what these switches do at the side, to be brutally honest with you. It doesn't seem like these radios have a... can't put anything in on a standby. So that's all it is. There probably is a way, but... I mean, these radios you can do a standby, but it's... which one is it? It's this one here. Oh, they're all tuned to the same frequency currently. Let's just do that. There we go, we can do that. I think that's just switching between VHF 1 and 2, actually. Let's see. Yeah, I believe it is. Interesting. Fair enough. That's fine. No worries. Another fun fact from Roy: proposal for an enlarged variant of the AN-225 with an additional length engine mounted on each inboard pylons and able to carry. Crikey, that would be absolutely wild. I'd love to see that. Oh, I'd love to see that. Right. What I'm wondering though, chat, is there a way to see my estimated time en route to the destination? Not sure there is. Just go change fields here. Just see what this guy does. Oh, yes. ETA. Oh, okay. I see, I see. Oh no, that's ETA to the next waypoint, isn't it? Not to the destination. Yeah, don't think there is there? How do I exit from this guy? There we go. Right. Bear with me, chat. Let's have a look at the... we'll have a look at the Hostomel Airport in a moment as well. Right, so we do want 03 left for arrival, so let's see what we've got tuned in here. So selecting the arrival, we wanted the Ropox 1 Papa, which is already selected. That's fine. We can do that for 03 left. Oh. That's fine. That's already in there. Way 03 left. That's fine. We've not changed anything there, so we don't actually need to load it. Arrival. Sorry, that was what I was... Approach is the ILS Zulu 03 left. And then we want the transition via KEA. Going to give us that, and it's even got the go around in there as well, and a hold. Ha! Brilliant. Right, load that. So Ropox to KEA, that's correct. KEA 27, and then round onto the ILS. Beautiful. That should give us a nice long sort of final as well, to be fair. So that should give us a nice bit of time to get properly configured, as we'll inevitably mess something up. Great. Okay, so that's that done. What we can also do as well in this GNS, since they updated it, can actually do a VNAV profile. So we'll set our target altitude to 1,000. We'll just set it to 1,900 feet. I'm just going to try and get us leveled off maybe a little bit early for this approach, chat, because again, I don't know all the flap speeds and such like, so it could be a bit of a task trying to work it all out. So 1,900 feet, MSL. We want to be there approximately, let's say 5 miles. Now we'll say 10 miles. Before Foxtrot India 03 left, and vertical speed profile. I would probably say, I don't know, 1,000. What's our current ground speed? $762. Crikey. Is that really our current ground speed? 412. Okay, so I have no idea what this GS is now. That's so strange. I would have I would have put money on that. That was ground speed. Maybe it doesn't take into account the fact we're playing on a Mach number. Right, 411. So we want probably about 2,000 feet per minute down, I would say, something like that. We'll see how well that works. I'll tell you what we'll do is we'll do 1,500. We'll do conservative. Just because I don't know how draggy this thing's going to be in the descent. And we may end up in a situation where it's increasing. The speed is increasing by a lot while we're trying to descend at 2,000 feet per minute. I don't know. So we'll see. There we go. Begin descent in 57 minutes. Lovely job. Right. Now then, can we come back to our nav page here and just have a look-see? I wish there was a way to actually move the flight plan forwards to see exactly what you've tuned. Exactly what's in the box there. What if we go menu? No, let's just double check. Select arrival. Robox 1 Papa. 03 left. So that's going to be Ropox to KEA. That's what we've got tuned in. That's correct. That's good. Just want to visualize, you know. We've checked it in the flight plan page, but I just want to make sure that this navigation system actually knows what it's doing, you know what I mean? And then select approach. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm being paranoid. Okay, cool. So that's fine. That's fine. Great stuff. Happy with that. We're set up for the arrival then, pretty much. I assume pressurization in this aircraft happens automatically. There's no... I mean, I guess there's probably a panel somewhere. But I'm not sure which one it is. Some of them don't even have needles on, so... It's a bit difficult to know which is which with all the Cyrillic, unfortunately. Hey-ho. Oh, look at that. There's another light there, I think, that appears not to work. Unless that's a vent. I can't really tell. Right, chat. I think we should set it to daytime a little bit here because I am starting to get a bit tired, to be quite honest. We'll set it to a nice sunrise so we can see the nice, beautiful clouds of Microsoft Flight Simulator. Can you see the fuel flow somewhere or fuel use per hour? That's a good question. I'm pretty sure the fuel flow and fuel use should be somewhere on here. So I think... Let's see, 5290. So that's the amount of fuel in those. Yeah, I'm not honestly sure which one is the fuel flow. I would imagine it's one. It would be somewhere around here. I mean, this is obviously the fuel panel. Yeah, I imagine it's probably somewhere on here. I don't know if it's modelled. I mean, it might be there, like, physically, but it might not have a needle. Like, you can see some of these don't have needles on them. So it's difficult to tell. The manual, unfortunately, doesn't really go into too many specifics regarding a lot of what the specific dials do. It just kind of tells you what panels what. This is all hydraulics here. And then this bottom section is regarding the engine start. I mean, maybe this could be to do with pressurization as well. I'm not sure. The clock here. This is the electrical panel back here, so it's probably not going to be on here. And then the backside is all navigational, so I mean, it's probably got to be somewhere here, but I'm just not sure which one it is, unfortunately. I couldn't tell you. Very high clouds here. We must be heading over that storm system at the moment. Right over Bosnia and Herzegovina, so I think that was roughly where the weather was. It doesn't seem like the Nextrad's working on this. I assume this is terrain. Let's see. Oh, it is next. Oh, it is weather. Okay. Yeah, so yeah, you can see there's a fair amount of weather coming up below us. Might have to fly through some of it. Actually, no, this is not a weather radar, is it? This is just a top-down view. So yeah, probably going to be not flying through it. I'm chatting breeze. Right. Oh, you're right, Henry. Yeah, you're right. It's probably ground speed in kilometers per hour. Yeah, I think my mind's not transitioned fully to the old kilometers per hour system yet. So yeah, you're probably 100% right on that. I don't know why I didn't think of that initially. Yeah, that's my bad. I'm just not fully acquainted with the whole kilometers per hour system yet in a big jet aircraft. These fun facts fit nicely in the stream. I have no idea what that says, Roy. Oh, you wrote the same but in Cyrillic. Oh, I see. Very good. Jordan, welcome to the chat. I hope you're doing well. Sorry I missed your message earlier on. Just kind of darting about all over the place at the moment. GPS looks like an aftermarket radio from the 1998 Honda Civic. Yeah, it does look like something you would find in a car, doesn't it? Yeah, that font as well. The proper, yeah, it's kind of like those old school radios in cars, isn't it? Henry, good evening. Welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. All right, chat. I wonder if there's anyone lurking here in the chat who's wondering anything specific they want to see about this aircraft, anything they want to know. I'm not an expert, like I say, but I can certainly show you and try and interpret certain bits and bats. You know, if you've not bought this and you haven't really seen it, then I'd be happy to try and show you as much as I can do. I am really looking forward to that landing though on 03 left. I think that screenshot, the screenshot coming in with the IKEA in the background. I know it sounds sad, but it's going to be so cool coordinated. It's going to be fantastic. Can go downstairs, but this is pressurized. now, the aircraft, so we don't want to open that door now. We can turn down some of these lights as well, can't we? We'll leave that lamp on just because it's great. I love that they included that. That's just fantastic. This like screwed and bolted down onto the desk. It must be, surely. Surely. These fans have a sound as well. It's pretty difficult to hear while the engines are on, but they do have a sound. Landing lights as well have two positions. One's like extended and retracted, but I couldn't quite figure them out. Number one, I don't think they operate independently. I don't know if that's a sim limitation or what. But one is the sort of an extended position, and one is it says retracted, but I feel like it still emits light. Let's see if we can find a camera that shows where they are. It's such a beast, isn't it, chat? Look at that. We'll have to use the drone camera manually, I think. I'm fairly certain landing lights pop out somewhere around here. Not sure exactly where, but let's give it a try. Or is it underneath actually? Oh, well, there's some of them. Maybe I put the switch. It's quite possible I put the switch the wrong way around as well. Oh yeah, there we go. So they extend down like that. And there's some more here as well. Inside the fuselage. Now then, that must be the landing light configuration. So if I do that, the lights are on here at the front, but they're pointed straight down. So I guess that must be the taxi light configuration. But it's pretty weak, isn't it? Just pointing straight down. It's not really helpful to the pilots. I believe this guy right here. No. This guy. This one here. This one's quite useful for the taxi, I find. Point straight forwards, more or less. But it's not called a taxi light. It's actually called a fuselage light, I believe, or a logo light, rather strangely. I'm not sure if it's just a translation that is not great or what. We translated the needle text, the gauges above the above here. This one's group temperature. That even looks like it says temperature. How are you translating that? Are you taking a screenshot and then translating it that way? Hey guys, talking about speaking the Scandinavian language, I'd love to learn how to speak. one of the Scandinavian languages. Yeah, definitely. Looks very difficult though. I have to agree with you guys. Excuse me. Is that first class? It is, yeah. This aircraft doesn't have economy seats. Every seat is first class. Every seat is first class. Extra leg room. You even get a full lay down bed. No TV though, unfortunately. Fred, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. Welcome indeed. Henry is already here. Have you tried all the buttons and switches before you went live? Yes, yeah, I pretty much tried them all, yeah. Maybe not every single one, maybe I missed a few here and there, but I'm pretty sure I used, I pressed pretty much every single one. I tried to work out exactly what their effect was as well, but it's kind of difficult to work out some of them, to be honest, but I need a bit more time to actually work that out properly, to be quite honest. I've not quite had enough time to fully work every single thing out, unfortunately. But I feel like we're probably going to fly this again quite a few times, so there'll definitely be some more tinkering to happen. What is that? The left side behind the lamp, black thing like orange in the middle. It's like an old radar. Yeah, so I wasn't sure about that one myself. It kind of looks like an old yeah, it kind of looks like like an old autopilot unit or an old transponder, maybe. Potentially like a backup or something, I'm not sure. Kind of looks like a transponder, doesn't it? Oh, you're talking about this guy? Yeah, okay, I'm not sure on that one either, to be honest with you. I think maybe, is it like a, is it like a, what do you call it? Like a sextant type thing? For doing, celestial navigation, maybe? I'm not sure. Obviously, this is a navigator station, so I feel like it probably is something like that, but I couldn't be 100% sure. I might be totally wrong about that as well, but I feel like it could be. Are the bumps on the top of plane just for aerodynamics? Yeah, I don't know on that one, Stian. All these bumps, I imagine they're probably they look like radar, like antennas. They look like antennas to me. So I imagine they're probably for communication somewhere or another, but there is a lot of them. But you have to remember, if you look at this aircraft, if you look at underneath, you know, a lot of aircraft have some of the antennas underneath the aircraft, don't they? Whereas this one doesn't really have any, does it? Because it sits quite low to the ground, doesn't it? So I imagine they probably didn't have space for it. Just a guess, but I imagine there's so many on top because they didn't have room for it underneath, maybe. Looks pretty dope from underneath, doesn't it? That looks sick. The texturing under there is really, really nice. Why is it constantly wanting me to change the course? I'm not changing it. Do one. Doesn't need doing. Descent is beginning in about half an hour. We're going to try and use vertical speed for the descent, but I'm not sure how well that's going to go. Apparently the vertical speed is not really it's a very powerful mode. And also, I find it personally quite difficult to actually see what the hell you're supposed to be, what you're actually setting here. And where the middle is. So I guess it's just a case of wind that and watch this. So we'll try that on the way down anyway. I'm intrigued to see how well it works. I'm sure I left the lights on as well, didn't I? There we go. I like the texturing on here as well. The fact that it's not, you know, perfectly uniform. Very, very good. Ooh, there's a gap there. I wonder if that's supposed to be there. This is a great add-on, honestly. Definitely worth a purchase. Video filters there. Not that great, is it, actually? Oh, that's better. It's very shallow depth of field, though. I thought it was able to focus automatically with the NVIDIA filters, but it didn't seem like it is. Sorry, guys, I'm literally just messing around here. I don't know why. Right, let's see. Chats. Oh, I see, Roy. I see. Very good. Very good. Google Translate on the phone. I think there is actually an application that I've got on my computer that can do that. I've downloaded Windows Microsoft Power Toys recently. And there's some really, really cool features with it. No, there isn't. There's a text extractor, but that's... Oh, shite. Didn't mean to click that. Didn't do anything, fortunately. Right. It's actually designed to transport the Buran space shuttle. Yes, yes, I was aware of that. Yeah, it's got some really, yeah, there's a lot of cool pictures of that I've seen. Mounting points for cargo on top. I'm not sure on that one. I'm not sure. I imagine probably this in the design is probably something to do with space shuttle situation, but other than that, I'm not sure. Yeah, that would be so cool, wouldn't it, if they added the space shuttle? That would be great. Right, let's catch up with... There's a few pictures being posted in the Discord, I believe. But first, I've been saying for ages now, let's have a look at the Hostomel airport by GasSim. So if you've not already been to check it out, this is the Hostomel airport by GasSim. So I'm just going to turn the music down for a minute. I'm not sure if there's any audio in this video. I don't think there is. Anyway, right. Let's bring up the fuzz pad, shall we? So this is upcoming. It should be releasing in the next couple of days, I think. So GasSim Scenery, Hostomel Airport. It's got an AN-225 in there. I assume you will be able to remove that from the hangar. I'm pretty sure there are some screenshots of it having been removed, so I'm fairly certain it can be. Loads of animations everywhere. When I was talking to him this morning, he said he was looking to add more animations before the release. Crikey. Oh my god, chat. Are you kidding me? Oh my god. Dear oh dear. Well, I mean, to be fair, what I was saying was fairly... I didn't really add any information. I was just talking about how the scenery looked, and I was just basically saying how it looked fairly good for a one-man band, and I think it should be a good purchase. further, he said to me, I'm not sure if it's 100% confirmed yet, but 10% of the proceeds are going to a charity in Ukraine. So it'd be a good cause as well. I'm not sure if he said they're going towards the Antonov company in terms of rebuilding it, or whether it's going to be just to a Ukrainian charity, which is good. And he said to me he's hoping to release it in the next couple of days, so it should be with us fairly soon. Right, chat. I think we're coming up to that top of descent. Okay, maybe not. I'm interested to know why SimToolkitPro thinks I've got 37 minutes to go, and this says 26. Although I suppose a descent, I mean, it'd probably take longer than 10 minutes, wouldn't it? But I think SimToolkitPro probably calculates it in a straight line rather than the track mileage. Right, cool, cool, cool. I'm going to trust this. I'm going to trust it. Crikey, these are some high clouds now. Going right over that dodgy weather. Antonov is moving to Leipzig-Halle. I did not know that. Very good. I almost pulled the plug on buying the digital design Leipzig today, just because the one by Gaia that they've done for Asobo, it is good, but it is lacking in quite a bit of detail, I feel. I'd be much. I think I'd be much more happy with the digital design version. But I didn't buy it because it's got some static aircrafts, including an AN-225, in the spot from where I was going to depart from today. So if I didn't know if you could remove that or not. I don't know if any of you guys saw my message. But I don't know if you can remove the statics. So yeah, if we if I bought it and you can't remove the statics, then that's just going to be a pain for flying with this aircraft. Right, here we go. So, back to the fuzz pad. The baby Antonov. Matt Rasso posted these pictures. Very, very cool. It does actually look quite small, actually, when you compare it to the 225. And then Generic Pilot's got some photos here of the 225, looking epic. Look at that tail. It looks like a cross almost from that angle. What a beast. Look at all that smoke. Very cool. I really wish I could have seen it myself. Oh, nice close-up picture. Very good. And then from Roy regarding the illustration. Oh wow, crikey. That a bit bigger. Is this something that someone's drawn, or is this actually something that the Antonov Corporation have made? That's crazy. Are these different configurations or just different space? It looks like they're different space shuttles, aren't they? Very cool. Thank you very much for sharing those, guys. Appreciate that. Much appreciated. NWS, welcome to the chat. Hope you're doing well. What's the flight time? So far, we've been flying for about, well, the stream's been live for 4 hours and 13 minutes. We've probably been flying for about 2 hours so far. And we're expected to arrive in about just over 40 minutes. We're going to start a descent in 20 minutes, so probably about 40 minutes until we arrive. Looking forward to trying to land this thing, to be honest. Should be pretty exciting. Apparently it's got a lot of ground effect though, which is understandable from these huge, huge wings. That being said, they are high mounted, aren't they? So we'll have to see. Looking forward to it. Can't wait to land this thing. I'm a bit gutted that I didn't record the takeoff, to be fair, but I'll definitely record the replay. Definitely record the landing, that's for sure. Lovely. So who in the chat has actually got this then? Who's bought it and who is thinking about getting it? And who has been convinced by the stream today? If anyone. Because I think a lot of the comments that I saw in people's chats is that it seems too complicated and too difficult to learn, but in reality it's not actually that difficult to set up. I think IndyBuilds have helped us a little bit by putting some of the switches by default in the position that they should be in, and they've left out a lot of the switches. So essentially, you know, the flow is quite normal for, you know, someone who's flown another aircraft. So it's essentially batteries on, which is these five, sorry, up position, so that's auto rather than being on manual. I'm not sure what the difference is, but put them on auto. External power switch, you could turn that on, or you could go ahead and start the APU. Rectifiers on there, transformer rectifiers there. APUs, there's just two of them. It's the same process for both. Essentially you're just turning the fire loop on. So rather than it being on automatically, like in, you know, many aircraft, you would turn it on or turn it on. APU master starter, APU start button under there, and then APU bleeds. Same on the other side. You got your anti-ice here, which you can put up to auto and down to manual. I'm not sure what the auto mode actually does. These switches are in the correct position by default, but you can actually change these, but I'm not 100% sure what they do. Fuel pumps are all already set up in the correct position. All these buttons are already set up in the correct position. You don't need to mess with those. I mean, obviously you can work out what they do, etc, etc, but if you just want to fly it, you know, and get used to it before you start working that stuff out. And then once you start the APU, obviously APU generator, which is these two. And then hydraulics, you want to turn them off for engine start and then on afterwards. It's those 6 buttons there. Engine start, all the controls are under here. Again, all the switches are in the right position. All you need to do really is, as long as you've done everything else, is press that button and then that button. Or you can start the engines individually using these. So you would press, like, for example, engine 1 there and then press that one. And that is it, really. You get your engine started and then everything else is fairly familiar, to be honest. I mean, it's just laid out differently. So you've got the engine parameters here. I'm not sure exactly what this one is representing. I think it might be a percentage of the max temperature allowed or something like that. I'm not sure. This one is like the N1 basically. Altimeters and stuff, again, normal, but you might have to do a conversion here. Or you can just use the keyboard shortcut if you want to get going. This is similar to any aircraft where you can control what shows on the CDI. So, you know, for example, I can change it to the OR1 if I want, or to the approach nav, or to normal nav. There's various different ones. Again, bring up the tooltips. The autopilot is fairly straightforward-ish as well. All you're really going to use is this course 1 mode. This mode, which is nav mode, basically. And this mode, which is the approach mode. And you've got basically LNAV, flight control change, flight level change. Sorry, flight level change. You've got pitch hold, which you can control with the pitch knob. Yeah, I'm not going to go through everything, but the point I'm trying to make is it is just really, you know, it's just like any other aircraft we're used to, but just laid out different. Once you can kind of get your head over the overwhelming amount of switches and knobs and realize that there aren't actually that many that work in here, you can't really go too far wrong. And for 20 pounds, honestly, for the feeling of flying this thing, it is just fantastic. Thinking the Garmin will cause the most issues. Well, the Garmin's pretty good now. I mean, obviously this got a big update in the latest avionics, aircraft and avionics update, so it is actually very capable now. But yeah, I suppose this could cause some issues for some people if they're not too familiar with it. But again, you can, if you load in your flight plan in the world map, you can download from SimBrief a PLN file for Microsoft Flight Simulator. On the world map, you can go and load it into the world map, select parking stand, and then that's all filled in here automatically. You know, we hardly did anything in here to get it set up properly. The price is right for it, yeah, 100%. 100%. If it was more than that, I think the functionality versus cost might be a bit questioned, but yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. Like, it's crazy to see that you can get this for £20, and then you've got something like Captain Sim out there that costs like a third more. Well, 50% more, and it's basically just a skin. That being said, obviously economies of scale with Microsoft, etc. You have to excuse me munching away here, chat. I haven't had my my tea yet, so I'm just having a few bits to munch on whilst we cruise on here. So, checking the weather again. Oh no, that's not me. I was looking at this one. Pretty windy there. Weather at Athens, though. Looking pretty good. Wind 030, 3 knots, 9,000 meters visibility. Sorry, 9 kilometers visibility. A few clouds at 1,500 feet. Scatter clouds at 3,000 feet. Temperature 12 degrees. Dew point 8. QNH 1018. Yeah, tea sounds good indeed, but you may have not realized, but when I'm referring to tea, I'm actually talking about my evening meal, like dinner. It's a bit of a north of England thing, that. But yes, also a brew would be fantastic. Hopefully my partner overhears me saying that. God, you guys talking about the new processor? It's making me jealous. I really want the processor that Roy's got, to be honest. Right, we're getting there, chat. 10 minutes to top of descent. 10 minutes. It'd be great if they could make the windows open in this aircraft. I assume they do from this contraption on the side. It looks like it opens in and then slides along. Always love an opening window in a sim. Don't know about you guys. Absolutely love it. Got 20 tons of fuel left. As you can see, it's getting soaked up rather quickly. I forget that you can get the weather through here as well, to be fair. Stick our 1018 in here as well. It's going to be... Oops, wrong box. 763.56 millimeters of mercury. Right. Let's see how we're doing on the weight side of things. So... we've not long passed over LPIS. And the weight is 415 tons. Let's see what we're looking at on the nav log. Estimated fuel on board 27.6. It's quite far off that. But then again, I can't be 100% certain how far ago we passed LPIS. Let's see. Oh no, we've literally just passed over it, so yeah, that's quite far off that. And we took off with less weight than what was planned on SimBrief. Interesting. So it's using quite a bit more fuel than what is planned. So far we're exactly 8 tons less fuel than what we should have at this point, which is interesting. Yeah, we tried to work that out earlier, Stian, how in terms of fuel used. I couldn't quite work out which gauge it is. I'm assuming it's back here rather than being at the front, but because I'm fairly certain it's none of these. I mean, well, I know it's not any of these. So it's not here at the front. It's not in the middle here. It's not the sides. So it's got to be on here somewhere. But we just couldn't work out which one it is. I'm sure it's got to be one of these. But again, this is fuel in tanks here, all of these. So you've got the engine RPMs here. Got the temperatures. Not sure if it's EGT or what, but we've got temperatures there. I'm not entirely sure what these ones are. I don't see how these would be fuel used though, to be honest. It must be a number, like a counter, like a ticker, like this. But this is fuel in the tanks here. This is going down, so it can't be those. So I'm not entirely sure, Stian. This is all electrical stuff in this corner, so it won't be over there. Yeah, so really bizarre that. There must be a way to show it. Yeah, I suppose maybe they just did a bit of maths. Yeah, I suppose that's entirely possible. Antonio, welcome to the chat from Florida. Welcome indeed. Hope you're doing well. Can you download a flight plan from SimBrief to the EFB? Sort of. Yeah, sort of. Well, not to the... Yeah, sort of. So it does show your routing here on the EFB. However, what you need to do is on SimBrief, you would download a PLN file, and then you would load that through the world map. So that's the way you're going to do it, basically. It's not exactly a SimBrief uplink like we're used to from the Fenix or anything else. But that's how you would do it. Old school, yeah, pretty old school. Right, we could do with setting our minima as well. So we've only got a radio altimeter to set the minimum, so we'll have to use a decision height rather than a decision altitude. So obviously for an ILS, that's going to be 200 feet. So let's go ahead and stick that in here. So that's going to be 60, basically 61 meters. So we can set that in here. Going to be about there. I believe this aircraft has a fantastic minimums call out, I hear. That's the word on the streets. It's also got altitude GPWS style call outs as well. Right, lovely. We've got the VOR identified for the approach for the KEA VOR. And we're going to be starting our descent momentarily. Hate using the world map, but thank you. Yeah, I do too. I do too. But it definitely beats putting it all in manually through here. That's for sure. Finally settle and watch the rest of the stream. Kids football training night on Wednesday. Both of mine at training for an hour each, but straight after each other. Crikey, yeah, that's a lot to handle, isn't it? Back to back. I hope you're doing well anyway, Schutz. I hope your father is on the mend as well. But welcome back. Glad to have you back, dude. I put a nice short video from the plane at Doncaster, Sheffield. Oh, very good. Where in the Discord? I'll have to have a look at that momentarily. Well, probably later on, actually, because we're about to get ready to start the descent. So, yeah, I'll have a look at that a little bit later on. Beautiful. Alrighty, alrighty. Stunning. Weather's clearing up nicely. Right, so our initial altitude that we'll go down to, I don't know. I mean, we could just set our altitude all the way down to our level off, which is going to be at 1,900 feet. But I mean, there's no actual restrictions on this. Well, we've not done a briefing, have we, chat? But I'll do that momentarily. Let's just take the transition altitude, and we'll set off down to that. Right. Transition altitude is 9,000, so we'll come down to 10,000 feet, which in meters is going to be 3,050 meters. I love the animations as well they've done on this autopilot. Right, we'll leave it to 3068 now because we do need to start getting the descent underway. So we'll go then to, I think, vertical speed here, and we'll just nudge it forward slightly, just very, very gently. And we want about 1,500 feet per minute. Apparently you've got to be very, very gentle with this control. So this is what I mean. It's at the 5, but it seems to be doing 1,000 feet per minute. Auto thrust is maintaining the speed though, which is nice to see. There we go. That's about 1,500 feet per minute, and as you can see, it seems to be at like what, like 700, or is that 7,000? I'm not sure what that's supposed to indicate. Anyhow, we are looking good. Here we go, chat. Here we go. Going to be in hospital for a while, unfortunately, another 4 weeks at the earliest. Well, I do wish him all the best, and yourself, Schutz. And yeah, I hope he makes a good recovery. But I'm glad to hear that he's making progress for sure. Fun fact, the fuel consumption of all engines is about 18 to 22 tons per hour of flight. Crikey. So that's roughly about roughly about 120 tons per hour in total. Right, let's come back here. We'll set Imperial. No, wait. No, just want the altitude window. in this. So we want 3,050, don't we? This is much easier to move in single digits. I believe the original aircraft was in single digits like this, but obviously they've put this option in so you can do it a bit quicker. But I think if you use the lock interaction method in the aircraft, it tends to work quite a bit better. Because you can just click it and then drag, so it's a lot quicker. Righto. I can't remember what 250 knots was now. Let's see. 463 kilometers. So we more or less go to 250 knots on conversion. We're Mach 0.65 now though, so the Mach's coming back. The Mach number's coming back as we descend as expected. Alrighty, chats. We're on our way. This is exciting. Sounds like my coffee consumption on a bad day. Very good, very good. I'm actually, funnily enough, I'm actually started to... I've heavily reduced my coffee intake over the last week. I used to have maybe 2-3 fairly strong cups of coffee a day. Especially when I'm working at home, I would have at least that. And the last few days I've only had maybe 3 cups of coffee for, well, in the last 4 days I think, so. Trying to cut it down really because I keep getting pretty awful headaches and I think it may be contributing potentially. Right. Once we get to, I think, a flight level 100, chat, I'm going to turn the auto thrust off, I think. Because I think this aircraft is not really made to be flown with the auto throttle on, especially at lower speeds, from what I've read. Looking forward to the minimums call out though. I do hear very good things about it. Look at these views coming in now though. Yes. Yes. Oh, beautiful. It's been ages since we've flown into Greece on the channel, isn't it, chat? Oh, it looks like there's a lot of cloud down there. Oh, is that just... Yeah, it's cloud. Greece and the Greek islands are a great place to fly. Yeah, I don't know why it's been so long since we've flown there. I'm really looking forward to the ATR coming out, and we're going to be flying in Greece a lot, I feel. Do some island hopping for Olympic Airways, is it? That does the ATR flights? I can't remember if it's Olympic Air or Aegean that do it. I do enjoy this this altitude display here, the indicated altitude. It's much easier to read than this guy right here. This is just awful to read. Thousands, hundreds, tens, and then ones here. That's just poor design, I feel. Then I'm fairly certain this is radio altimeter. I'm surprised it works this high up, to be honest, but this one's obviously only tops out at 700. Oh, baby. Oh, my days. What a beauty. Absolute chonker, isn't it? Proper chonk. Yeah, the weather looks good from the Meta flight sim. But yes, there was definitely some stormy weather on the way over that we passed over, fortunately. Antonio says, I live in South Florida. No strong Cuban coffee. I used to have 3 cups a day. Now I'm down to 1. Thank goodness I haven't had a headache in 4 years. Crikey. Well, I'm very jealous, dude. I get a headache almost every single day. I'm going to start slowly cutting down on various different things to try and eliminate whatever it... Oh. The camera stopped responding. What in the world just happened? Is it FS realistic? I bet it is. No? Flight control replay? What has happened, chat? Can I still click on stuff? I can. I just can't move the camera. Right, it's still picking up my mouse clicks. What? What has just happened? Let me just go to another window and see if my keyboard's working fine. It is. Let's close some shit down. FSLTL, gone. Not that. Spad.next, gone. Not that. GSX, gone. Not that. Let's see. Symlink. Gone. Not that. SimToolkitPro, which I don't really want to close, but gone. Not that. Fook, chat. It just happened when I was moving the camera around. It just got stuck on something. I mean, fortunately, I can still reach all the controls from here, but... It's just like the mouse is not working. Well, and the keyboard. It's like the camera commands that are not working, should I say. Let me just try... Flow still works, rather strangely. Not working out there either. Oh, now my mouse has disappeared. That is really bad. That is really bad. Is my Xbox controller working? My mouse is there. Look, you can see that's where it is, but Xbox controller's not working. Oh my days, chat. Are you joking me? What has happened? What? Come on now. This is absolutely bizarre, chat. I have never had this happen before. That is so strange. Let's do this. Oh. I can't click on anything. Save and reload. Oh my days. I really do not want to do that. Like, the mouse is here. What else can I use to change my camera? My joystick, maybe. No, that doesn't work either. So I'm actually at a loss as to whether I'll even be able to control the plane manually. Unplug the USB. I mean, the mouse, etc. Everything still works in the pause menu. So why is it not working? Yeah, I'll try that. I'll try and plug my keyboard. Nope, nothing. Oh, now I'm really screwed. Now I'm at this ridiculous camera. It's like the Sims just stopped accepting any inputs within the actual simulation itself. Toggle track IR. Well, I don't have that assigned. Let's see. Is there any buttons that could have done? Control and W maybe? I don't even know. We're not even in developer mode. Because I was pressing WAS and D at the time, so I'm just trying to see if there's any... What is that? Why is that assigned? Yeah, see, the thing is, chat, it's not letting me do anything with the keyboard whatsoever in the sim. I'll try and plug the joystick. Let's see if it makes a difference. Nope. Yeah, I could try set the mouse to default. I'll try Alt and Tab as well. I mean, it's not picking up the keyboard either, so let's put them both on default. I don't... Problem is, it's not picking up... Nothing is working. No profile is working in the sim. No control profile is doing anything. And to be honest, I don't know the keybinds. Let's see, camera, drone camera. Where's toggle drone? Insert. Nope, nothing. It's weird that flow still works though. Oh no, flow's not working anymore. Oh, it's because I've changed the control profile. So yeah, the control profile is sort of working. Like Flow Pro is obviously being picked up. Oh my god. I can't believe this, chat. This is exactly the type of shit that happens to me on stream every time. An invisible overlay? Like what, though? Showcase mode is drone mode, yeah. Same thing. Numpad LED. I don't have a numpad, Roy, on my keyboard. And that, yeah, no numpad, so can't be that. Let me just try. Right, okay, so that works for some reason. Right, so I've paused the sim there, so we can still interact with it. Right, so let's just try out some keys. It must be something that I've toggled in the sim and I just don't know what it is. Double click the SPAD profile. SPAD shouldn't interfere with the keyboard. It doesn't use the keyboard as an input device. I also tried quitting SPAD as well, and that did nothing. You can't move the camera with the mouse on drone mode. I have it bound to that, but nevertheless, I'm not trying to move the camera in the drone mode. I'm trying to toggle out of the drone mode. So I'm back in the cockpit again. See, the thing is, chat, I've not changed my keybinds in absolutely donkeys. I've never had this happen before. I don't understand how it's happened. Oh, I know what I'll try. Oh, hang on. See, what I don't understand now is why the mouse isn't showing at all in the sim. Wait. See, look, I can't click on anything. Like, the mouse is there, but it's, look, it's not highlighting anything. I can click on developer mode. That works okay. Developer camera. That works. But I can't control it still. This is so upsetting, chat. Why would it happen now? Oh my days. Accidentally activated co-pilot mode. I mean, how could I have done that? I don't have the option enabled. Let's see. Maybe is it this? So can I work? My mouse works on here. It's just the sim that's not active, not liking my mouse at the moment. I mean, there was a Flow Pro update today. Wonder if it's bug. So that's weird. Why is that only appearing up there now? Pause the sim. Why do I want to do that? You can still change the camera as well. It's paused. I'll turn off the game bar. I can't remember how to do that though, to be honest. Is it in control panel? Yeah, I can't actually remember how do you actually turn it off? Don't think you can. What if it's... Oh! I thought he said that 225 didn't have failures. It's a sim failure. There's no sound now as well. My mouse has just totally disappeared now. There we go, right. I'm just going to start closing background apps, chat. Wow, okay, my mouse is just... mouse is just being invisible now on my other screen. So I feel like maybe it is a Windows... It is a Windows thing? Oh! No. Thought I'd fixed it then. Could it be NVIDIA overlay, maybe? Does that even work? If I close that while the sim while the game's already running, does that actually do anything? Oh, I've disabled that anyway. It's not done anything. Bear with me, chat. I'll look at your messages in just a sec. I'm just trying to get everything closed. Oh, you know what I think it might be? Nope. Let me just try quitting that. No. Sorry, chat. No music now, unfortunately. Xbox Game Bar. How do I disable you? You used to be able to disable it in control panel, but it doesn't seem like you can do that anymore. Oh no. Hang on. I don't think it will be that though, will it? No, I can't get rid of it. Disable and Task Manager. What's the process name? Can't see a name for it. I'm just putting Spotify back on because there's no way that's causing an issue. Let me just Google it then. In the game board control panel, switch it on off, switch to off. See, I couldn't find anything in regards to that. No, there's nothing on there regards that. Unless I'm looking in the wrong place, but game bar control panel would be the settings, right? So search Xbox game bar in search box, as in the start menu search box. I've already tried that. Oh, terminate. There we go. Right, I've terminated it. No, nothing. See, the problem is, Dan, I can't open the Flow Pro settings because the mouse is not being picked up. Look. Right, this is where the mouse is right now. If I actually, I can't show you anymore. Right, so if I shake the mouse now, so that's going to show you where the mouse is. That's a different application that does that, right? If I open up Flow, you can see my mouse is down here, but if I click up here, it won't open. Home cockpit mode. I don't have that on. I don't even know where that one is, actually. Is it on camera? Turn that on. And then turn it off, right? Is that what you're saying? Oh, nothing. Nothing. Try killing Explorer. That would probably wouldn't affect the sim, but I'm not sure if it would actually make a difference. Let's have a look. Stian, 1 second. Oh, I see what you're saying, Stian. Yeah, so the problem is with that, I can't bring up any of the windows in the sim. Like, I don't have the top toolbar there because Flow's disabled it. But even with Flow, I can't bring up any of the icons because the mouse is just not appearing. And I can't click on anything. It's weird, like, a few minutes ago, I could actually click on stuff in Flow, but as soon as I change to the drone camera, I can't click on anything. It's so strange though, chat, because it's like something in the sim is causing that. Because I can access the menus fine, but it's just something that's actually within the simulation itself that is causing the issue. Let me just see if I can see if I can find any dodgy keybinds that might have toggled something. So it must be a cockpit camera view type thing because I was in the cockpit when it happened. Tell you what, just as an off chance, it was because FS Realistic does have some weird stuff that occurs with the camera. Let's just relaunch it. No, nothing. Hang on a minute. Let's just try this for science. No. Just thought maybe I could go to the first person view and see. It's like, it's so weird though, chat. If I show my second monitor as well. If I show my second monitor on the fuzz pad, this wasn't happening originally when this problem first occurred, but it's happening now. Tauf, I'm going to have to time you out if you keep spamming that. I've already done that. You saw me do that. I've already done that. Save and reload might be the fastest solution. Yeah, you might be right there. So, I'll just show you my second monitor just so you can see. If I come over to our second monitor, look, my mouse has disappeared on there as well. Where's my mouse even? Won't even move between the two. Yeah, so my mouse just doesn't appear on that monitor. It's like it's stuck inside this monitor for some reason. As you can see, look, if I do that, it's like stuck. See the left side of my monitor in the background and the right side of the other monitor? It's like stuck within this monitor. And that also is kind of the same here. You can see flow is kind of like right off to the top corner. So, fucking hell. Hey, chats. I haven't unplugged the mouse. Now, I will try that. But it isn't just the mouse. It's the keyboard as well, and my joystick and my throttle controls. Nope, that didn't do anything. Let me just check one more time, chat, and then I'm going to do a save and reload, see how it does. The save and reload might be absolutely poor, but we'll have to see how it pans out. Right. Let's see, does this work? See, flow is working. It's like the mouse is like stuck up in this top corner or something. I don't know how to describe it. New UI window mode. Allow to send the mouse hovered cockpit screen to a new window UI. Okay, no, that's not it. I've already tried pressing the drone keybind. Dan? Have I pressed the scroll wheel? Yes, I have. Flow's not working. I can't... I mean, it works, but I can't actually click on anything within it. I have no fucking clue, to be honest, chat. I have never had this issue occur ever in this sim, ever. And I just don't understand it. Baffled. Looks like I'm just going to save it, chat. and see how it does. Let's look inside the EFB. Oh, you know what? It could be that. That could be it. That could be it. That could be it. That is a very good suggestion. Now, the problem is... that being said, can't you still move the... No, you can't, can you? That being said, because I've got Flow that hides the menu bar, I can't actually access any of the in-game panels. Let's see if there's a way that I can get around it. Hang on. No, Flow can't run on another screen. It's only within the sim. It only works within the Sims window. I'm sciencing. I'm sciencing. Just going to stick that on my other monitor for now. No. Shift C. The keyboard shortcuts don't work though, chat, because if I was stuck inside the EFB, then all the keyboard shortcuts and commands will go to the EFB, won't they? They won't get sent to the sim, if you know what I mean. That being said, I don't have a keyboard shortcut set up for that. So we can try it. We'll put it on there like this. No, that doesn't work either. Put a mouse button. Worth a try. That being said, I'm fairly certain the mouse commands get sent there as well, don't they? I mean, if the mouse is going to work... Where is this fucker? If we work this out, chat, I will be absolutely over the moon. Display checklist. I suppose it doesn't really matter what it's on, does it? Actually, definitely not that one, though. Nope. If I could access flow, that would be perfect, but I cannot. Let's see, is there a way I can change the flow settings without actually using flow? I'm sorry about this, chat. I'm so sorry. It's super, super frustrating for me as well. I'm sure you can appreciate. Probably not, is there? Because I'm just thinking if I can get the top menu to appear again, then I might be onto a winner. I just feel like I'm totally locked out of like the actual UI for the sim at the moment in terms of, you know, the other stuff, the in-game panels and whatnot. Let's see. Can we do anything up here? This is not going to really help me, I don't think, but I'm just double checking. No. I can't click on anything in Flow, Roy, so I won't be able to restart the tutorial. Unplug the mouse and reset, already done it. Try window mode and try it on your second monitor. Could be worth a try. That being said... buttery frame rates over there, though. Didn't Flow add a way to use a controller with it now? Let's try that. Let's try that real quick. Help menu. Let's just do that. Okay, that is working, but can I select anything now? Use Flow Pro with a controller. Can I bind checklist to my controller? It doesn't work for any other commands, but I can try put the checklist on there actually. Nope. My God, where is the blog page with the flow camera controls for freaking controller? Holy crap, I read it the other day. Please. Oh my days, chats. Harry, good evening. No problems with active pause now. No, it's something totally different to that. Christ on a bike, where is this freaking article? Oh dear. I completely ignored it when I originally saw it because I was like, there's no way I'm going to use flow with a controller. Now I can't find it. And I absolutely need it. Eh! I don't have it bound to the tab key. Roy. I have it bound to my mouse wheel. Sorry, not my mouse wheel. My side button on my mouse. That's what's bringing it up there. So you can see it is still taking some input to flow, but just not to what I need it for, basically. Let's just try. Let's just try go to the default controller real quick. I'm running out of patience with this chat though, so I'm probably just going to save it and reload soon. Right, so let's invoke flow. No, it doesn't seem to want to. No, it doesn't want to seem to take any of my inputs into flow. Yeah, no worries, Stian. You'll be able to see it on the replay, dude. I'm sorry about this. It's just such a big pain. I'm not really sure why it's all happened like this, but yeah, super sad. I'm just baffled as to what's actually caused it in the first place. Thanks for dropping by, Stian. We'll see who gets closest. I'll remember your prediction. 210. Got an idea, chat. I've got an idea. Okay, that's sort of working. That's sort of working. Right, okay. Now then. Right. Here we go. This might work. Oh, baby. Right. Oh, ha, ha, we're back! Let's go! Let's go! Big shout out. Who is that? Geordie. Big shout out to you, my friend. If I could gift you a sub directly, I would do, but I can't do that unfortunately on YouTube. But Geordie, thank you so much. That was the key piece of information that really triggered that idea there. Oh my days. Oh my days. So what I did, chat, to actually fix that there was, and I couldn't have done this without this. I actually used flight control replay here to fix that problem. And that has a mode where you can get it to automatically switch the camera for you. I'm assuming using some variables in the background. And I basically turned that on so that it would cycle it automatically between the internal cameras. So I could get back inside, and then I basically just took focus away from the EFB once I got inside with the mouse, and then working again. Whew. Oh, we'll leave this open now because we're going to need that for the replay. Oh my god, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful, chat. It's so beautiful. Right, let's get things back. I need spad.next for the arrival. I don't know what else I've closed now. Crikey, so much stuff. No, the culprit was the EFB in the Antonov. The culprit was the EFB. The mouse, the inputs were stuck inside the tablet. If I'd left it off pause, I could have covered another 100 nautical miles. Well, I'm in the descent, so I think that probably wouldn't have been the wisest move. Crikey, chat. Oh, I'm so pleased. I'm so pleased. 1,900 feet we need to go down to now. Right. Let's get cracking with this approach then, shall we, chat? We might need to give ourselves a delay vector now because we might have already leveled off. I'm not sure exactly the situation we're in. Yeah, we are leveling off. Okay, let's continue on down. Right. Oh, God, I don't dare use this now. We want to go to 1,900 feet. 579 meters. Crikey, chats. Well, hope you guys enjoyed that troubleshooting session that we just had. And then speed, we want to be going at 463 kilometers max, which we're well above. Probably because we're descending at such a high descent rate. So let's pull this back up. I'm not sure if this mode is still actually active. Can't see much of a change happening. It was trying to level off there, but it was continuing on going down rather strangely. Nevertheless, what altitude are we at? 5,800 feet. Let's get the lights on now. Right. Okie dokes then, chats. Let's record a replay as well. Speed's coming back nicely. We'll now disconnect the auto thrust. And I'm going to just let the speed wash off now. Now, I don't know the flap speeds, unfortunately. But I'm just going to let the speed wash off and we'll just extend the flaps on schedule, basically. Right, cool. We do have a decent distance to still cover, though. We're 16 miles away from the threshold, but we are actually flying away from it currently. And we're just going to make a right turn momentarily. Right, cool. Okie dokes then. Hey, Roy, thank you very much for the gifted membership, dudes. Thank you very much. Who did that go to? It went to Matt Rasso. Very good, very good. Oh, did that renew? Oh, beautiful, beautiful. Congratulations, Matt Rasso. Love to see it. We'll do 210 knots for the approach initially, 388 kilometers per hour, so we'll bug that. We'll come to idle thrust. Actually decrease our rate of descent there. Right, lovely chat. Here we go. Athens, let's go. Oh, there's a checklist. Oh, oh, it's still bound to my mouse, isn't it? I'm going to have to turn that off, aren't I? Right, checklist. That's on the controller. That's on the mouse. There we go. Right. Oh my days, chat. I can't believe that absolute chaos to get that done. Crikey. Oh my god. What a pain in the bumski. Right, turning inbound to the SEA VOR. So from here we've got a fairly decent amount of track mileage left. And we are already at 1,235 meters. 4,000 feet. We need to be down at 1,600. We only need about six or hang on, my head's completely gone here, chat. Right, what was the altimeter setting? I'm just going to use the keyboard shortcut because my head's just gone now. There we go, that's set. So we only need about 6 miles, really. Let's watch that speed, though. So I think what I might do, just to speed this approach up a little bit, because we do have, as you can see, quite a long final here. We'll give ourselves a direct into Charlie India 03 left. In fact, we'll go to flight plan. No. I'm fairly certain that's not giving me a direct. But what it does mean is we can go over to here and we can use the heading bug to more or less vector ourselves in now. Could go direct. Don't want to turn quite that far though. That's quite a sharp intercept though, so I'm going to swing myself out and round. Oh, you've got no sim sound. Oh really? That's a big problem. Oh, you know what that was? Actually, no, wait. The sim sound should be outputting. Oh, I know what it is. I know what it is. There you go. Beautiful. Thank you very much for that, Schutz. And thank you very much for the 9 months. Thank you, thank you. David, welcome to the chat. Welcome indeed. I'm just flying this very conservatively here, chat, because obviously, you know, first time doing an approach in that and that, so just taking it steady. We're probably a bit low here, really, so I'm just gonna decrease our rate of descent to just the smallest amount of descent, smallest amount of vertical speed, should I say. There we go, that's perhaps a bit more useful. Right then, guys, here we go. So I've definitely missed a bunch of checklist items, so because of the distractions there, let's see if we can try and do some of them. That's fairly straightforward. Yeah, it's pretty much straightforward, really. Do I need to turn these ones on, the ground wheel steering? I'll turn those guys on. Got all the lights set, everything's good. The ILS is identified and all tuned in correctly. We've got the course in as well behind us, 032 degrees. That's all looking good. Right, we'll go ahead and stick approach on here and on here so we can see what we're doing there. We can probably get away with doing quite a shallow intercept here, actually, because we've got quite a bit of mileage to go. Right, cool. Speed's looking good. Everything else is looking good. Alright, lovely. I think more or less what we can do now is we can come over to the approach mode. This is just going to switch to wings level at that point. This is approach mode. We'll arm approach. Basically, this is going to be a localizer capture here. So we're going to arm that. I've got localizer indications here. Glide slope indications here. DME, unfortunately, is on this side. 14.2 miles. That's not too bad. Let's come back on the thrust a little bit now. I'm going to start extending the flaps. Right, let's go. Spoilers are armed, aren't they? Let's go to flaps 1. Again, I'm not sure. Flaps 2 even. 2 degrees. Again, I'm not sure on the flap speeds. So I'm just going to kind of have to almost guess it. Localizer's coming in. There we go. There's the intercept. Very aggressive there on that bank. Right, cool. We'll get the gear down. That wasn't working again for me for some reason. Is SPAD.next running? It is. Okay, cool. Alright, speed's coming back nicely now. We go to the second stage of flap. Alarm for the glide slope. Way in sight. We finally got there, chats. Replay is already going. Replay is already going, guys. Bit of a balloon up there. Glide slope should come in about 3 miles. So again, just getting very conservatively configured here. Go to the next stage of flap. And landing procedure with this aircraft, I believe, is actually to idle the throttles when you're coming over the threshold, so quite early compared to the aircraft that we're used to. Go around altitude is going to be 5,000 feet, which I'll have to quickly do a calculation for. It's going to be super difficult to set that though. 1524. Right, glide slope's coming down now. Let's go to idle thrust. Go to the final stage of flap. Now this is probably going to be very draggy, so I'm going to have to watch the speed. Go around altitude 1524. I'll see if I can set something roughly close to that. Oh, it's on ones. Oh god. Never mind. We'll just have to eyeball it if we have to go around. Put the gear handle to the middle, which is the normal procedure. Right, cool. We're actually looking good. Landing checklist we don't have to hand, but I'm fairly certain we've completed all the items. What's that noise? Oh, that was the call-outs. Let's listen. We're going to get the minimums call-out in a second. Oh, crikey. Disconnecting the autopilot. It was going for a big dive there. Oh, the call-out's so super, super quiet. Not sure what it was doing there. It started going for a very, very steep dive. I don't know if you guys can hear the call-outs. They're very, very quiet. We're a little bit below the glide here, but we're visual. We're down. Hardly even felt like we touched. Right. Onto the brakes. Reverse is in. And there we go, chats. There we go. Woo. Crikey. It hardly felt like we even touched then. Jesus. That was interesting. Right. Okay then, chat. That's it. Get the flaps up. And we'll get the transponder off. We'll get these lights to the taxi position. Strobe light come off as well. Fly Sim, thank you very much for dropping by, dude. Welcome, guys. This is Fly Tampa Athens. And I believe they actually parked the Antonov when it was here. I think just up here, actually. So I'll have to make a UE down here. Oh, it looks like a bit of a bumpy taxiway, this. Crikey. Right, I'm just going to get the airport chart up. Feel free to put your landing rate predictions in the chat. Right, parking stands. And, oh, what they also do... Oh, put them to high idle, the engines. I'm so impressed with the turning circle on this. It's absolutely wonderful. Look at that. That is not bad. Right. I'm fairly certain the stand we're looking for is like Alpha 45, I think. This is what they used in the when the Antonov visited Athens. So let's see if we can find our way there. Yeah, cool. It is in the spot that I thought it would be. That's good. We'll go for Alpha 44, I think is the correct one we want to be looking for. This thing really wants to accelerate on our idle. It's crazy. Right, we're going to go second left here. And I'll see if I can remember the shutdown sequence. I am totally shook though after this ordeal of the whole mouse interaction thing going on. So I might not be able to manage it. Alpha 40. 4? No. Alright, cool. I'm cutting them in too early, the turns, I think. Need to swing it over a bit better. Oh, another bridge. Fantastic, chat. Fantastic. Let's just click this to low. Alright, let's see if we can get another one of these guys. There we go. Very nice. Oh, I forgot. NVIDIA game bar's closed, isn't it? So I can't do a screenshot. God damn it. Right, Alpha 44 should be on my right. Ground markings? Oh, they're tiny. It's this one here. Right, let's get the lights off. Cool. In we go. I don't see a marshaller. It's really struggling with this turn though, to be honest. There we go. I think I've just about swung it in nicely though here, to be honest, chat. That is not too shabby. Right, and we'll stop it there, chats. Parking brake is set. Beautiful. Right. Okie dokie then. There we go. Let's come back here and get the engines off. I'm fairly certain it's these guys. Oh, I've not turned the... We're going to lose all our power. God damn it. I've not turned the APU on because I'm just so absolutely head up my arse at the moment. We'll just go straight to JPU and chocks, shall we? Oh, we haven't actually lost power. Fantastic. Let's go. Beautiful. Engine generators can come off. We'll leave the TRs on for now. Fuel pumps, might as well just leave them as they are. I mean, I suppose in the shutdown checklist you do turn some of them off. 1, 2, 3. I think it's that one and one of those, but I'm just going to leave the fuel pumps as they are because we didn't set them up to begin with. Let's just assume that this pilot who is sat in this position here, he would be doing that for us. So we'll just let him do it, shall we? So that's all we're going to do with that. Everything else is good here. We can come to the overheads. And we'll turn the transponder off, of course. We'll turn all the navigation instruments off. Hear the Morse code go in there. And of course we'll turn this fan off. It's been doing as well. Oh, and the window heat. Wrong switch. They both look the same. Right, there we go. Lovely. Okie doke. So that's all of the avionics gone overhead. Coming back to here. That's those. And I am probably going to miss something here, chat, but we're just going to leave it as it is for now. I think that is a fairly successful flight in the Antonov. We'll close those. And lovely. Welcome to Athens, guys. Absolutely fantastic. I would love to stay and spend some time exploring the scenery with you guys, but unfortunately, because it's taken us so long to get in, I'm going to have to go very, very shortly here. Right. Beacon light. This is the nav lights here. I actually forget which one the beacon light was. It's this one, wasn't it? I turned that off too early, didn't I, by mistake? Never mind. Why have we still got some powers to the avionics here? Have I missed some switches? Seems like the ILS, the identifier there doesn't want to shut up. Oh well, that's fine. Never mind. That's all good with me. I'll try and do a bit more swatting up for the next stream. Get the transformer rectifiers units off and the transformer rectifiers. That's all good. Right. Fantastic. Great. That's everything, chat. Oh, of course. The hydraulics probably should be left off. No, actually, no. You would turn them off before the engine start, wouldn't you? So, right. Fine. Batteries off. There we go, chat. Welcome. Welcome indeed. Welcome indeed. Right. Now that the animation's done there, let's just go ahead and crack on and watch the replay, shall we? I'm pretty excited to see what this looked like from the outside. Oh, have I been running the sim in windowed mode this whole time? Idiot. See, that's how preoccupied I was, chat. That's how preoccupied I was. Okie dokie then, chat. Last chance for landing rate predictions. Let's have a quick look at the landing report now. Wow, really? Nah. I think this is showing the wrong thing, to be honest, chat. But it's kind of hilarious. So what it's saying here is... bear with me. Same vertical speed of a rather comical 69 feet per minute. 135 knots. So pretty good, to be honest. I don't think that's the true vertical speed on the landing, though, to be honest with you, because look at where we touched. We touched way after the touchdown zone there. We did get center line, though, according to this, but I'm fairly certain what will have happened there is we might have touched down somewhere up here and then just maybe just slightly bounced, just a tiny, teeny touch, and it's just recorded the second one, maybe. But we'll see. I will verify that with the replay in just a moment. Although it is possible we floated that long. I really couldn't tell when we touched down because there was hardly any feedback whatsoever. But that being said, if that is true, Schutz is the winner. But I'll leave SimToolkitPro open and see what kind of hang on a minute. Let's see. Yeah, we'll see what kind of landing rate it gives on the replay as well. Right, let's have a look at this then, chat. I'm pretty excited for this one. Let's have a look, shall we? And then I definitely have to go. Cool. So, let's see. Let's fast forward a while. Is it going to do the flaps for me? The flap handle is in the right position, but... yeah, there might be... might need to be fully powered on. I should have done a quick start, shouldn't I? I'll try to do that after we've touched down because it won't let me do it in the air. Yeah, see how it started doing this big dive here on the glide slope for some reason. Very strange. Managed to recover from it quite well though. Quite smoothly as well. Yeah, we can't even see the VSI. Wait. Callouts? Yeah, they're so quiet, the call-outs. It's almost impossible to hear them. There's IKEA. It's going to be colour matching with this aircraft, isn't it? Yeah, there's no way we touched when... yeah, there we go. That's where we touched. I'm not sure what SimToolkitPro recorded there then, but that was actually minus 323 minutes at 323 feet per minute. So a pretty positive touchdown there. So that means Roy is in fact on top today. Nicely done there, Roy. Nicely done. Nicely done. The callouts in, I can't really tell to be honest because they're so quiet, but it does sound like they're in, it doesn't sound like they're in English, but they are so quiet. It's almost impossible for me to tell. Alright, let's see if we can get the shot that I've been wanting all day with the IKEA. See what I mean, chat, with the colours? See what I mean? Oh, I can't do a screenshot because my Nvidia's closed. Oh well, I'll have to come back and do a screenshot once I'm not on stream. But, I mean, it looked alright, actually, the landing itself. I think I touched a little bit earlier than the touchdown zone, actually. And look, we touched right on the aiming point, basically. And we were pretty much on centre line, so I'm quite happy with that, to be honest with you. That's not bad at all. Considering, I mean, it was fairly firm, but I'm going to take that. Great stuff. Great stuff. Right, one more go. One more camera. Let's see, which one can we have? We'll have this one, guys. Right, I'm going to play it out with this. So, guys, I want to thank you very much for watching. If you stuck around through all of the issues that we had, I commend you and thank you so much. If you did decide to stick with us through that, big thanks goes out to Harry. Is it Harry? Sorry, Geordie, for that really great suggestion earlier on with regards to the locking in the tablet. So I really appreciate that. Thank you very much for that one. Thank you very much for the support today from Stian with the super chat. Sorry if I missed that notification a little bit earlier on, but thank you so much. And for Roy for gifting the gold membership there to Matt Rasso. So once again, guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys have enjoyed. I'm looking forward to flying this plane once again on the stream, and I think we'll have to do a stream out of Athens next stream, just because I didn't really get a chance to check out the Fly Tampa scenery here, and I only just got it today. So thank you once again, guys. I hope you have enjoyed. Have a fantastic rest of your evening, and I'll catch you in the next one. Bye for now.